background to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York's Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, старт, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все спасибо ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
Look at that. I hit my fucking kick goal. I haven't even streamed for fucking days. I must have gotten some followers. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. What happened? Let's see. Show activity? Achievements? Oh, excuse me. Path to creator. Go to revenue page. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Damn. Twitch is on its way out, boys. I am officially affiliated on Kick. Which I don't even know how it happened, because I haven't streamed for days. And I must have gotten, I think I had like 72 last time I was streaming. So I don't know how exactly I managed to get a few followers while I wasn't even on, but whatever, I'll take it. The next one is 250. Grow my following, reach a total of 250. Cool. All right, well. Maybe it was bot. Speaking of which, maybe it was a fucking bot, bro. Yo, what's up, Shang? How you doing? Are you a mod? Are you a mod on Twitch? I think you're a mod on Kick, right? Yeah, what's up, Sparkle? Apparently I'm affiliated on Kick now. Which is very nice. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, no, I'll hook you up now. Where's that? There you go. Don't even see the point in banning these things. If you want to, yeah. I mean, you've been around for a long time, so I figure I might as well. I'd be curious if they would actually post spam messages multiple times on the same account, if not banned. Yeah, that is interesting. I just always ban them, you know. I think they would, though. I don't imagine why they wouldn't. You think they wouldn't? Why? Operate under the expectation they will be banned. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like basically they just do like a hit and run. They just hit and run everywhere they go. No, that makes sense. I mean, if I was designing one of those bots, I would definitely bake that into its algorithm or identity. This idea that, I mean, they're gonna ban you anyway, so just fucking hit them once and move on. But I mean, you can also set, you know, validations for that kind of stuff. You could just be like, if you don't get banned, then stay in the stream. You know. Wait until person is off stream, then follow. That kind of stuff. Oh, it's definitely a program. Yeah, for sure. I actually want to make my own. I've had an AWS account for a while, and I've never used it really. I used it for school, but I never used it personally. And I wanted to run. I think I want to like make a Legate bot. I want to make my own Legate bot and run it off AWS. There's probably like a cheap free way to do it somewhere, but I don't feel like fucking. I want to create something, something that's my own, and run it the way I want to, you know. So if it's not too costly, you know, I would think about like running Legate bot and have it integrate between all the chats, the Discord, things like that. Like one of the things I wanted to do was have Legate bot essentially monitor the links for Legate channel, so that when somebody puts it in there, the Legate bot will go to the actual restream chat and just type in, you know, it'll be like the user, the name of the video, how long it is, and any text that was accompanied with the link that was shared there. So that way I can just be like, no more talking about fucking, you know, React videos in the chat. There's a whole process for it. Okay, just go put the link in there, and the bot will tell me what I need to know. Okay, just drop the link in there. That's just one thing, though. There's other things I want to do with it, but I kind of miss programming a little bit. I haven't done any since school. So I figured, Computer Bobby. I am a Bob. What's up, Bobby? How you doing? Welcome in. But if you use a bot, doesn't that go against the ethos of the Legion? True. That is true. I'll build it. I'll build it with sticks and stones. Should obviously have a slave do all that. Yeah, that would be really Legion. That would be really Legion. Always wear a Bob. There you go. Yeah, welcome in. How you doing, Bob? All right, let's just blaze through a little bit of slop. I don't want to be. I don't know how long I'm gonna be on. I mean, maybe like a couple hours, but I don't know. I'm exhausted from this week. This week fucking destroyed me, and that's why I didn't even stream. So I don't know. This is gonna be a lazy stream. A chill, cozy stream. How about that? It's gonna be a chill, cozy stream. What do we got here?
Lori Lightfoot said at a press conference, I'm not talking to white people. I don't like them. I'm not talking to them. I'm not answering any questions from white reporters.
We can follow up on the decision to grant black and brown journalists the one-on-ones on your 2-year anniversary. Are you implying that white reporters cannot do a fair job of covering you?
What it has to do about is the facts. And the facts is that when I look out across this podium, as I'm doing now, I don't see much in the way of diversity.
And no one did anything about it. That's the environment that produced Brandon Johnson, where you could just like openly be racist. You know, I don't like Jews. I don't like whites. I don't like blacks. Who talks like that?
Well, Tucker, every university administrator in the United States, even in the face of the Students for Fair Admissions case at Harvard. So that's another project that we're dealing with at the Civil Rights Division, is the absolute extent of the impunity with which campus administrators are continuing to discriminate and openly defy Supreme Court precedents.
Lori,
can't cuck the tuck, bud. Can't cuck the tuck. What else we got? Oh, this guy. There's always like some unhinged 2025er popping up in my algo. This guy's going nuts.
This regime doesn't give a fuck fuck if you die! These sick bastards in the house just passed their big, beautiful fucking bill. And it's full of cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, and SNAP. That means poor people, sick people, disabled people, hungry families. Apparently your survival is too fucking expensive. And Trump, he fucking violated a court order again. 12 migrants got deported to South Sudan, a country they're not even fucking from. No warning, no chance to speak, just ripped away like garbage, like their lies don't mean a goddamn thing. And now get this, Kristi Noem just revoked Howard's ability to enroll international students. Not just new ones, existing international students are being forced to transfer out. These students worked their asses to get out here, sacrificed everything, crossed oceans, carried dreams in their fists, targeted racist, nationalistic fucking bullshit. And ABC, they just told you to tone it down on Trump. Are you fucking kidding me? Tone it down while the country's on fire. No, we don't tone shit down. We scream. We shove the truth in their faces. We call Trump exactly what he is. A fascist, a criminal, a lying fucking tyrant. June 14th, we fucking mobilize nationwide. Loud, disruptive fears. This isn't a political issue. It's a fucking humanitarian emergency. We rise the fuck up and we do not stop. This regime doesn't give a fuck if you die.
Oh man, I am just, like when I refer to somebody as a liberal, they'll say I'm not a liberal. If I call somebody a progressive, they'll say I'm not a progressive, or that person's not a progressive. If I call them a leftist, they'll say I'm not a leftist, or that person's not a leftist. I'm just calling everybody a 2025er from now on. The post-Trump Part 2 era is just 2025ers. That's what I'm calling them. Masculinity? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bud. Remember Bill Clinton killed my brother? I do, Bobby. It's a sad day. What else do we got? Oh, this guy.
Every white South African is racist. Every single one. Including you. Including me. We were born into a racist country, raised by racist systems, taught by racist textbooks, and disciplined by racist norms. Unless you've been consciously deprogrammed, that requires pain, effort, and education. You are still operating from a racist framework. Having black friends doesn't erase your racism. Voting for black politicians. No. Sleeping with someone of another race? Ha! Still racist. Whiteness isn't just calling someone a slur. It's the silent belief that whiteness is neutral and everything else is different. I don't see color while bleaching your hair and contouring your face. You see color.
Okay, this kid is such a Imagine making this fucking video and posting it on social media. I'm down to bring in the white South Africans, but not this kid. You are not allowed refugee status in America, okay? I'm one of the ambassadors for the white race. I am kicking you out of the white race, and you're not allowed to come to America. You're gonna stay in Africa with all your black friends who love you so much.
Every white South African is racist.
This guy is evil. That's the first time I've seen that guy. I mean, I've seen the guy that's in the clip, obviously, the guy that's reacting to it, but I've never seen that other guy. That's the first. He's basically, he sounds like he's like the South African equivalent of Dean, what is it, Dean Withers, the woke. He even goes by this, like, woke teen. I'm pretty sure that was his, label when he was on Jubilee. He uses that in his YouTube thumbnails now when he does live debates on TikTok. I think his thumbnails say 1 woke teen versus 100 Trump supporters or something like that. But he's basically like the South African version of that guy, basically. Sounds like, at least. I don't know. It's the first time I've seen him. Talking about the guy in the bottom right? Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him. So I'll take your word on it, Shane. Almost his neighbor, Ned Flanders, is a leftist. Is he? Is he now? He's fooling everybody. He's covert, huh? He's a psyop. He's putting on that whole religious shenanigan stuff. A leftorium. Oh, that's right. Man, you know what? I should have got that one, Bobby. As old as I am, I should have gotten that one. I think there's a common trope where the right thinks the left is stupid, but the left thinks the right is evil. Yeah, but I mean, I think it makes sense to just consider people like this evil. Like, what has to be wrong with you to be like this in South Africa of all places? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe progressives, no, excuse me, 2025ers in America are kind of shifting away from that. Maybe they don't not believe these things anymore, but making it part of their political message ended up being disastrous during this election. So just sitting there and fucking moralizing and lecturing people constantly is not going to win hearts and minds. So I just don't see it as much. I mean, I guess you do. It just depends on where you're looking. Like I watch a lot of like progressive and leftist stuff on YouTube. A lot of it. I mean, most of my favorite streamers are pseudo leftists. I don't know. They'd probably be more like progressive sock dem types. Chud Logic, he's not on the right, although some people might think he is. He's definitely not. Rezi's not on the right at all, and he's one of my favorite streamers. I mean, I watch Hassan for like shits and giggles, but it's mostly YouTube reacts and not like watching his stream. Your other usual suspects, your Destinies and your Vashes from time to time. Who else? Who else do I watch? Oh, fucking old Xandrol. I don't like any of these people. Don't get me wrong. I like Chud. I actually spoke to Chud today. Him and I talked about some of that grooming gang stuff that Casey and I talked about last week. I like Chud and I like Rezi, but the rest of them, I'm just like, whatever. Trump's reach exceeds his grasp. Are the Hells Angels gay? I don't know. It's a good question. What's up, Salty? How you doing? Welcome in. I'm officially at affiliate status on Kick, so I'm a lot closer to fucking sending Twitch to the dustbin of history, I think, at this point. Now that I've reached my goal here. It'll probably be time to kind of just make this switch over here in a little bit. Like I said, I mean, I only fucking even stream on Twitch because there's a handful of people that I like that are still on there, but I fucking hate Twitch and I'm pretty much done with it. But yeah, got my 75. Yeah, 75 is the affiliate, right? I don't know what to be like a Kick partner. I'm not sure what you got to do, but it's a lot easier to get Kick affiliate than it is Twitch affiliate. Twitch affiliate, you have to like have. What was it like? You have to average a certain amount of viewers over a certain amount of time, and it's a pretty high number if you're just kind of like a normie streamer. I was lucky though because when I first started streaming, I was only playing Halo, and it was right when Halo came out, and I got rated. My numbers grew over time a little bit, but I got rated this one time by this big fucking Halo streamer, and it just fucking boosted my metrics through the roof to the point where I was like an affiliate the next day. So I was lucky on Twitch. But Kick is super easy. You just need to get 75 followers, which I managed to do over the course of the days I wasn't even streaming. I think I had like 72 on Kick whenever the last time I streamed was, like maybe a week ago. I don't remember how long ago it was, but and over those days I got 3 out of nowhere, which put me over the threshold. So if you're on Twitch, come follow me either on Kick or YouTube, because that's where I'm going to be at some point. Exclusively, because I'm just sick of Twitch. I'm done. It's pointless. Thank you, Salty. Appreciate that. What else? Okay, what else we got? You got any Aussie stuff? I know I got your boy. I know I got Salty's favorite dude somewhere in here. Where is he at? Where's he at, mate? See you later, mate. That's that guy's like tagline. Oh, here he is.
You want to know something I've noticed these days, mate? Conservative fans are way fucking better than woke fans. When a woke fan base doesn't like the shit you do, they'll boycott ya, they'll post your fucking address on the internet. Just look at Morgan Wallen on Saturday Night Live. Take him to God's country. What do you mean, God's country? But meanwhile, conservative audiences, they actually celebrate freedom of speech, mate. They want you to make great tunes and be fearless with it. I would not be here at all without my conservative fan base. I've gained over 60,000 followers in the past 90 days. My music streams have doubled. Everything's going fucking gangbusters. We're like a fucking family, mate. I feel bad for all my mates who got woke fans.
Yeah, I would write that lyric, but I don't want my fans to get angry.
It's like, fuck, that's a shit way to be an artist, isn't it? The only problem with conservative music right now is that there aren't enough good artists out here doing this shit. If you want some dope conservative music, check out my song Outback Paradise. It just dropped. It's fucking going gangbusters, mate, because of you guys. Anyways, peace out, guys. Have a good one. You want to know something I've noticed these...
It's Salty's favorite guy right there. Oh, man. What do we got? 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 What do we got?
Making sure my feminist bangs are short enough that men stay far. Yeah, something tells me you never had that problem. Mission accomplished. You look fucking terrible. Making sure my feminist bangs are
That is like the official haircut, isn't it? I don't mind being a wrongly accused pedo. Computer Bobby. How long have you been around? I've got a sneaking suspicion about you. Account since December 13th of 2024. This might be a fucking PPG throwaway. This is one of those PPG throwaway accounts, I think. Account created December 13, 2024. I think it might be. I think Bobby's Mexican. If that's what you mean. Yeah. Seems like a weird guy. Could be. That's an oddly weird reference, though. I don't mind Ben a wrongly accused pedo. I don't know what he means by that. Unless he's referencing the war that I had with PPG. Not a chance that he could spell it correctly? Yeah. He's horrible in chat because he's drunk. I mean, it might be when he's not drunk too, but when he's in chat, have you ever seen him chat in like Nikki's chat or, well, basically Nikki's chat? He's always like fucking misspelling things, putting things in all caps, being obnoxious as fuck. AE's an English thing? Oh, okay, gotcha. Doesn't seem like PPG favorite? Okay. Well, I mean, the only thing that led me to think that was that oddly weird reference, plus the fact that this account was created in December, which leads me to believe this is like one of the throwaway PPG accounts that he had, like when he was like still trying to stream on Twitch. It's like encyclopedia. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've seen that AE kind of situation. Yeah. Well, in case you are him, just in case you are him, and we got this wrong for some reason. There you go. There you go, bud. It's still, that fucking emote still lives. This girl has nothing to worry about. Yeah, what's up, Stop Animal? How you doing? That's the haircut. That's the official, the official haircut. She doesn't deserve to be stared at. This is
short enough that men stay far. Yeah, something tells me you never had that problem. Mission accomplished. You look fucking terrible.
Oh man. We got Daddy Fuentes.
Imagine taking a time machine back to 2015 and saying that in 2025, after trying to overthrow the government and almost being imprisoned, Donald Trump was elected to a second term. He's talking about running for a third term. He's liquidated the government with Elon Musk. People are driving around listening to Heil Hitler by Kanye West, and no one cares. Free speech is on Twitter, and everyone is anti-Semitic now.
Yo, what's up, Conrad? I actually found that song. I made a whole Sigma playlist on Spotify. Is that this one? Let's see. Oh, it's like a remix. No, it's the... I found that. I made like a bunch of playlists the other day. I found some songs that I know Conrad would like. Where are they? What was it? There's this one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, aus.
Yeah, they turned this song. They used this song for like memes and like fucking Sigma Giga Chat shit. Because I remember hearing this part that's in the song. Yeah, so I made a bunch of playlists. But my favorite one is my Sigma playlist. My Sigma playlist is fucking out of hand, dude. Out of hand. I have so much stuff in there. It's all like shit that you've heard on memes before, basically. This one. Like this one. Anyways, yeah, I got a bunch of that stuff. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm officially a Kick affiliate here, Conrad, so you need to figure out your fucking email thing. I don't know what you got going on over there. What was I looking at? Okay.
Imagine taking a time machine back to 2015 and saying that in 2025, after trying to overthrow the government and almost being imprisoned, Donald Trump was elected to a second term. He's talking about running for a third term. He's liquidated the government with Elon Musk. People are driving around listening to Heil Hitler by Kanye West, and no one cares. Free speech is on Twitter, and everyone is anti-Semitic now. It's kind of like their worst nightmare came true, in a way, right? Like, imagine one of these liberals from 2015 stepped into our timeline, and they see somebody driving down the street blasting Heil Hitler, blasting the song Heil Hitler with a sample from a real Hitler speech. And they're like, what was that? Oh, that's Heil Hitler by a Ye. Yeah, it's pretty controversial, but it went viral. Russell Brand loves it. Everyone loves it. They'd be like, what happened? We won, bitch. We won, nigga. Imagine taking it.
That is crazy to think. That is crazy to think. Imagine going back 10 years and being like, Kanye West has a hit song called Heil Hitler that people are fucking blasting all around the world. Donald Trump has won his second term after having been fucking almost imprisoned for overthrowing the government and all kinds of business dealings and all kinds of shit. Like, it is, he's exactly right there. It is like we live in what would have been their worst nightmare. Imagine if, though, yeah. Exactly. It'll never happen. It's crazy. It is crazy to think that. Oh, speaking of which, come get your girl. I don't know who this is, but they're not bringing their best. I mean, is this just like full-on horseshoe theory right here or something, or? What is this? I mean, I'm not surprised. I don't know where this is at. This is it's Beverly Hills. I've seen videos of Arabs saying very glowing things about Hitler in high regard. It was probably around the same time. Do you remember when there was like a lot of like discourse around that show called, I think it's called Young Pioneers, which was like that fucking Palestinian Sesame Street or whatever. That was always like, it was like the Mickey Mouse character, Farfool or whatever his name was. So it was like, you should kill the Jews. You should kill the Jews. There's a German movie called ist wieder da, which explores the concept of Hitler coming back to modern Germany, and there's a scene where Hitler is riding around in a car through the streets and these Middle Eastern-looking guys throw out. I've seen that! I haven't seen the video, but I've seen what you're talking about. I thought that was AI. That's a real thing? That's a real movie? I thought that was AI. Yeah, I know. I don't have any German pronunciation. I could do Spanish pronunciation, yeah. No, I've seen that scene. I remember I saw it in a meme somewhere, and I thought it was AI. I didn't know that was like a real movie. But yeah, he's like riding around Germany in a car, and there's like Arab dudes on the side of the street throwing out fucking Sieg Heils and shit. I thought that was AI. I had no clue that was real. Oh, here we go. Fucking here we go. All right, I gotta switch because once, I don't know what's wrong with that scene, but once it starts freezing like that, I know my fucking stream's gonna drop. So I had to switch it up. Where are we at here? There we go. Yeah, it's from a movie. Okay, yeah. My asked my mother to marry me. He said, okay. That is a sentence, Bobby. That is a hell of a sentence. What else we got here? How about a little Japanese girls, American girls? Japanese girls. American Girls.
How many loads have you had in a day?
It's not that many. It's probably about 4 loads in one day.
All from different people?
Yeah, I've had many more loads than 4 in one day if it's from the same person.
Oh, you're such a lucky girl. How many loads have you had in a day?
Bro, imagine if that was your daughter, bro. Imagine if that was your daughter. That would be so fucking embarrassing, bro. Embarrassing. Right-wing characters are always immensely popular in it. People respect strength, and they want that for their country. Imagine how popular Trump is all over the world, despite press. Yeah, there were. I remember when he was over in when he was in Saudi Arabia, they were interviewing people on the street there, and they were like, "Yeah, he's awesome." Most white men are trans. Interesting. You know what? I'll just take that as I'll take that at face value, Bobby. I'm not going to ask you for any studies. We don't do that here. We don't need your fucking data points and your studies, all right? You can put that where the sun don't shine. You'd know, Bobby. Yeah, exactly. Hispanics are the most likely to be trans in America. Could be. I don't know. Trans is very specific. Like if you said gay, I might say yeah, possibly. And that's only because I lived in Miami and New York, and there's a shit ton of Spanish people there, and there's a shit ton of gay Spanish people there. But trans, I don't know. Not sure about the numbers on that one. I know you were gay. I think Hispanics, blacks, white in terms of trans rates. Oh, okay. You think whites are less? I don't know, man. You know what? Maybe Bobby's right about. Well, he's not right about white men. But maybe white people. I mean, just looking at the sheer number, just scroll through, something like Lives of TikTok and tell me how many black or Latino trans people you see versus how many white trans people you see. I mean, not that that's like an accurate sample size, but everybody's on the internet now, so you'd imagine you see a lot more of that. I had another one here. Where is it? Yeah, Japanese girls.
スワイプの勢いが強いキャプテン。これも梅。はい、これは梅沢さんなんですけど、こう駅のホームでこう携帯を触ってるシーンがあるんですけど、ちょっとこれだ。勢いがすごくて。こうやるのか？こうやってやってるんですけど、なんかこのいじってるシーンもすごいリアルで、なんか本当に撮影中触ってたのかなって思うぐらい、なんかすごくリアルで。やっぱね、女優仕事やってっから。すごい。演技力がすごいな。
Like just so graceful and classy, right? And then you got American Girls. Actually, I don't even know if she's American. She might be Western Girls. We'll go Western Girls on this one.
So once you start doing, did you start off kind of tame, just doing and stuff, or were you going for it right away?
Right away. Yeah. Doing like and like, I don't know.
You were already having on cam, right? On the cam
right.
website? Okay.
Yeah.
So did you do all your content with your boyfriend at first?
Yeah, with my partner at the time. Yes.
So once you start...
My partner. White America is sucking it up. Okay. All right, Bobby's coming in guns a-blazing. All right, absolute guns a-blazing right now. Let's see if I can find the Kanye Hill song on YouTube. It's probably there. If it's not there, like actually there, it's gonna be like there's probably people reacting to it. The thing about that song is that the beat is amazing. It's a great beat. Even if you just had the instrumental going, I would jam to that. They don't like the things that I say on Twitter. That's a banging beat. Yeah.
I hope you guys get your mojo back. This was once a great country. I want to see it great again. You guys are a husk of your former self. You guys You can laugh and sneer all you want, but the country that split the atom and invented the steam engine and eradicated slavery and brought common law to the world can do a lot better than this. And your existence led to our existence. And for whatever I can do, I hope that this country finds a leader or a group of leaders. I'm not here to give you political advice. I hate when foreigners do that to Americans. You guys do whatever you want. But I do have a wish that the world feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's missing something when Great Britain or England or whatever politically correct thing I have to say, because I guess England, I can't fly an English flag now or whatever nonsense that is. Like, be proud of your heritage. You've done good for the world. Stop apologizing. Get your energy, get your vitality, get what made England and made Great Britain such a phenomenal place. I hope you get that back. And I hope that you reject the swan song of multiculturalism and get back to the fundamental truism that a strong Britain means a strong world, and therefore a strong West, and we can stand up for what is good, true, and beautiful. I hope you guys get your mojo back.
That's right up Bobby's alley right there, that kind of messaging. Yeah, I guess Charlie Kirk's on a tour right now. He's made his way onto GB News. He's doing Oxford. He's doing all kinds of things.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West. In a Muslim majority country, most Muslim majority countries, you cannot criticize the Prophet Muhammad. In most Muslim majority countries, you do not have the same robust freedom of religion protections. And finally, whereas we in the West are very careful to try to intermix religion and state, they are commanded to actually go into the state and try to change the state to be more Islamic around the core pillars of Islam. And the last thing I'll finally say is, I cannot see a single Western country that has become more Islamic and has become a better place to live that is happier or freer.
By what metric? Just happiness, quality of life?
Everything from quality of life, from cultural cohesion, from whether people want to live there, prior to the native-born fertility rates.
Again, people watching this will say is your criticism of the religion itself or not Muslim people? Because there are British Muslims who have been born here.
You don't have to caveat it all the time. I know you guys have to because you're British and all that. A culture ceases to exist when we don't have unified language. When you cannot talk to your neighbor. I'm not discounting that there are good individual Muslims. The question that we need to reckon with the West is Mohammedanism compatible with the teachings of Blackstone? Is it compatible with the legacy of Wilberforce?
All right.
And the great thinkers that have come from this country? And I will say, no, there's a reason why when you go to these Islamic countries that you're not going to see the equal protection of rights, that you do not believe in universal human equality, that you do not believe the same things that we believe in the West, and I think it's suicidal to import millions of them.
Yeah, and you know what, just on a passing point on that, it's most of the time, as far as I'm concerned, it's not even multicultural, because there was a school a few months ago during Easter which cancelled Easter celebrations out of respect for other faiths. So it's not as if the word multicultural and multi-diverse doesn't include Christianity.
No, and again, this is the red-green axis, and Britain is at the forefront of this. You have the Marxists that have infiltrated your government and the Islamists that are coming to your country. And when they combine together, they both agree on one thing. They have huge disagreements on a lot. They hate the West, and they want to see it broken.
Okay, we're finished.
The question is macro...
He's just letting it rip, man. Holy shit. You found it on there? I don't have the German translation at the end. Okay. Yeah. They don't like the things that I say on Twitter. What else we got? Man, this is I think I saw this a while back, but the fucking lengths that people are going to fucking shoo away homeless people is fucking ridiculous, bro.
You cannot make this shit up. The owner came over, installed a speaker to try and get rid of the homeless encampment here with Baby Shark on repeat. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You cannot make this up. Wow. You cannot make this shit up.
I've seen that. I've seen them I've seen them do it with like classical music at like a McDonald's or something like that. What's that song that's like dun 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 dun, like it just plays that on a loop, like 24/7. It's not too bad, yeah. What else we got here? Oh god, here we go. Being hospitalized after taking 583 dicks in a day was not on my 2025 bingo card. Fucking gross, bro. This is not a flex, man. And this is a new chick now. There was like Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips. This is not them. This is a new one now.
No, we should all cry for you because you're in hospital. Guess what was on your bingo card? Getting a new flavor of HPV? Attempting to make another hole? Honestly, between the three women, this Annie Knight, Lily Phillips, and Bonnie Blue, we're gonna have a new strain of AIDS by the end of the year. If you don't know about Annie Knight, she's this Australian girl who claims to be the most sexually active woman in Australia, which is not a flex. What is up with these OnlyFans girls who are just obsessed with taking boys' virginities? If the genders were reversed, people would be pressing charges and there'd be an uproar, but no, because as a woman, it's okay. And I know I look like Hagrid. Where are these boys' parents and friends? Because if you actually cared about your male friend or your son, whatever it is, you wouldn't let him sleep with a like this. I don't want to give you guys the birds and the bees, but this is not safe. I'm sorry, but taking that many men in that short space of time is going to have an effect on a woman's downstairs area, and it's going to end up looking like a fucking Arby's kitchen. And there's going to be some incels and Karens in the comments being like, oh, you're just jealous. No, sweetie, I love not having multiple dicks in my vagina. You're just mad that no men want to you. Okay, first of all, there's a reason why morgues prefer to hire women. It's because men will literally sleep with anything, even if it's dead. Also, there is a 110% chance that I am way hotter than whoever's commenting this below, so. Okay, thanks, bye.
Pro versatility. Why did she feel bad? What caused her to suffer? At that, right there. She fucking she pulled a fucking Lily Phillips or whatever. Fucking gross, bro. A bad passport down. Nice. Nice. What else we got? Kind of wanted to jump into a video anyway. There's a Hassan video out. There's a Hassan video that's talking about like fucking the Ben Shapiro, Kanye West stuff. So I kind of wanted to check that out. Let me see if there was anything else. Anything else here? Yeah, this was it. Yeah, adult star Annie Knight has been taken to the hospital after sleeping with a staggering 508. It's not even staggering anymore. 583 is not staggering. Okay, they're already up to 1,000. In a day, in one fucking day, they're up to 1,000. Fucking gross, bro. What do we got here?
Dumb racist towards white people. No, you can't. I stand on it. You cannot be racist towards a white person. When historically, white people are the only people. Don't.
What's white privilege? Ma'am, can you answer that question? What's white privilege?
White privilege? You. All the men in the military. You get your head out of your own. Go home and cry to your mom, and walk all shaky the whole way back. Nobody wants you here. And that's that. Cheers. Dumb
racist towards white people.
No, you can't. I stand on it. You cannot be racist towards a white person. When historically.
God. That's probably one of my favorite subjects. We actually talked about that, didn't we? I think we did. Casey and I. And maybe even Zen, too. I don't know if Zen was there when we were talking about this. The whole, can you be racist toward white people stuff. What else we got? Anything else? Anything else? This guy. What the fuck is this? First of all, we're right around the corner from Pride Month, right? So, happy early Pride Month to everybody. But here, this guy I don't even know what the fuck this is. Like, we are definitely. I don't
Piss
know.
Pups is today.
Piss Pups. Piss Pups is today. It's filthy. It's flowing. Come get wet, wild, and a little unhinged with us. You know you're thirsty. Sit, stay, and spray. $35, cash only. Pickles Playground. Hashtag kink community. Hashtag pet play community. What is a fucking piss pup, dude? No, this is not a troll. I went to this person's account to see if they're a troll. Their whole account is talking about like being a dom and doing puppy play and fucking all kinds of like conversations. Like the whole account is like that. This is not even a fucking troll, bro.
Sunday, May 4th from 4 to 9 p.m. For the location info, hit me up in my DMs and I'll send it on over. It's $35 at the door. And follow your snout and sniff Chipper out. Piss Pups is today.
Follow your, what did he say? Follow your snout and sniff Chipper out. He goes by Chipper. That's his name, Chipper. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, man. So if you're having sex with many people, you will feel bad by default. I suspect that there's something specific that happened to her because of her negligence. Not the number of men she slept with. If she tried double penetration with no patience, caution. I mean, look, if you want to fucking mathematize it, versatility, by all means, go ahead. Chick fucked fucking 600 dudes in one day. I don't really think there needs to be any more explanation. Oh, well, you know, it gets pretty technical once you start fitting 2 or 3 penises in at the same time. I mean, you also have to consider whether or not she has any in her hands. She's very busy. She might have been distracted. She could have not had her, vaginal focus, completely, in range, blah, blah, blah. I mean, look, if you want to fucking mathematize it, by all means, go ahead. I'm just going with she banged 600 dudes in one day. The human body is not designed to do that. Okay, so that's why she's hurting. Anyways, all the stuff about racism, all of this has less to do with what racism is or not, or is not, and what the underlying third thing in question that is being discussed is good or bad, and why. Chuck likes to grab them by the yes, yeah. I think Bobby likes the piss pups dudes right here. Chipper. Bobby, are you a Chipper enthusiast? Are you a Chipper enjoyer? The debate is like Howard Bernays put out advertising his torches, a freedom campaign, aid in the marketing of cigarettes toward women. I put in these images, these empowered-looking women smoking cigarettes. It's just branding, yeah. Trump and McGregor rapist smoked cod. There you go. There you go. Oh.
Hey, Sunday, May 4th from 4 to 9 p.m.
Sunday, May 4th. It passed. It passed, Bobby. Sorry, you missed it. You missed the Pip Pups parade. What else? What else do we got here? Trans national parks. What's going on with this?
Some carry hate. We carry the largest trans pride flag. Prove a point that trans is natural. Seas that can transition sexes can be found on every continent and in every ocean.
I really fucking hate this makeup. This is like, this person might be trans, but this is like very representative of modern drag queen makeup. You see a lot of this shit on fucking TikTok, or this really scary fucking eye makeup.
I sincerely apologize for putting that jump scare on your feed. Please.
Babu was the cock that hospitalized the horn. Yeah, exactly. What am I watching? So performative. Yeah. Oh, this lady right here. This is the lady. This lady right here. This blonde, curly-haired lady. This is the lady that debated Andrew Wilson that we watched the other day. That like was crying and she stormed off the set and she was like, "Oh, you're so rude," and I have a medical condition and blah blah blah. This is that same chick.
This might be a hot take, but there's a huge difference between cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. Cultural appropriation is when members of another culture, typically the dominant culture, adopt elements and use them to profit off of them or to make fun of the culture in some way. It's typically something that is...
Bet they're not trans, he's drag. Yeah, I think I agree with you on that versatility. Although, I mean, the message there was very, trans, obviously, because of the flag that was on the mountain. But that makeup is so indicative of like modern drag culture, basically. Like old school drag queens never had that weird, scary fucking eye makeup. They just did normal eye makeup. They didn't do this weird fucking alien eye makeup that they do nowadays.
Disrespectful, and it's often something that is done to Native.
You're being ableist because I have a medical condition. It's because I'm a woman. Yeah.
American communities or black communities in the US. An example of appropriation would be a white family who goes to a Mexican food place while being racist towards Hispanic people and telling the staff to go back to where they came from. They are appropriating the food and the music and the culture of those people without giving them proper respect, and that is very dangerous. Another example is using Native American names like the Chiefs or Winnebago, or using them as the mascot of your team. A lot of the time, what is in common with that, they are disrespectful to the culture of origin. Cultural appreciation is when you genuinely admire and respect elements of that culture without using it to profit off of it or make fun of that culture. Being reverent and respectful. This might be a hot take, but there's a huge difference between cultural appropriation and...
I mean, every time I hear this fucking phrase, I'm just like, whatever. I literally just, in my mind, whoever's talking about cultural appropriation, I just play in my mind that PragerU video of that guy, Will. What's his name? Will Witt or whatever his name is. I forget what his name is. It was like, I think his name's Will something. But he goes around like this fucking, he goes around UC Berkeley dressed up like, like a cliche, in cliche Mexican garb with like a poncho and a giant hat. And he goes and a fake mustache, and he goes around asking people if this is cultural appropriation, if it's offensive. And all these fucking 19-year-old white kids are like, yeah, it's totally offensive. Yeah. And then he goes to like, Little Oaxaca, somewhere in like LA or whatever, and asks all these Mexican people if what he's wearing is offensive. And nobody's offended at all. That's every time somebody talks about cultural appropriation, I'm just like, whatever, bro. Whatever, man. Nobody fucking cares. Holy shit, that Andrew Wilson comment, I'm dead. Which one? Oh, is your tummy still upset from that shellacking Andrew Wilson gave you? That's the thing. So I've been following her on Instagram, and when she does post that, like you get like a whole bunch of Crucible people in her comments saying this kind of same thing right here. Like, let's see if there's anything else. Can you debate Rachel Wilson next? It will be great content, please. Are you the chick who got demolished by Andrew Wilson in that debate, or am I tripping? We all love seeing you rage quit the other day. What else we got here? Why go on a debate platform if you're just going to cry and embarrass yourself? I saw you on a debate on the whatever podcast. She gets destroyed by Andrew and still needs to make videos with a physical BA, laugh my ass off. That's like getting a liberal arts degree and trying to be an engineer. Yeah. Kylie Brewer is her name. It's bad exposure. Yeah. Exactly what she wanted, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, her comments are cursed from now on. It's just going to be just a ton of people coming in there being like, you're that chick from the Andrew Wilson. You're the rage quit chick. The rage quit chick from Andrew Wilson, or from whatever, Virtue signaling champagne socialists are the best people. Don't be a bigot. Yeah. That's our continuing theme here at the Leggett Lannis Jr. stream. Don't be a bigot. All right. I think that's enough slop. Is there anything else? Anything else? Look at that. There's a team right there. There's a team right there. Oh, man. Oh, this. What the fuck was this? I lived in New York for, 7 years? If I saw this shit walking down the street, I would fucking immediately fucking... I don't know. I could not walk by this the way these people walk by. This chick's just walking down the street with headphones with a fucking like kitchen knife in her hands, just walking down the street in the middle of the day. Down, this looks like Broadway.
So the really bizarre thing here is that this girl is walking down the street with this knife, just like this, and watch as she passes people. Like, this is the world we live in now. This woman is.
These people just walk by her like it's normal. I mean, look, there's a lot. When I lived in New York, there's a lot of things that I walked by that were weird, but in New York, it's completely normal. But this is like a whole different level, man.
Wielding a knife, and
that's not a chick. It's probably.
And walking down the street, very bizarre. And people just slightly get out of the way, but like no one's alarmed whatsoever. Because it's New York City, and this is the shit you see here every single freaking day. No, not unbelievable.
Look at these people. They're just fucking like walking by. They look at it real quick and they walk by. I mean, like, this is definitely New York culture. Because you just see a bunch of weird shit all the time. But this is like, this is weird plus one, right? There's a bunch of weird stuff, but this is just fucking, just one layer above normal weird.
Believable. Look at that. Yep. That's our lives. Welcome to New York. Come for the shows, stay for the food, tip your waiters and waitresses. Bye.
Stops in the middle of traffic, points a knife at an oncoming car. Guy on the phone here is just finally looking up. Had no clue what was going on. Just walking by her, not even giving a fuck, bro.
So the really bizarre thing here.
Ridiculous, man. Gujfuzz. That's what I'm gonna call you, Gujfuzz. What's going on? How you doing? Welcome in. Is that Zen? Who's Zen? Is Zen Gujfuzz? It's Zen? Okay, gotcha. Nice. Welcome in, Zen. Alright. Let's watch something. I want to watch this Ben Shapiro thing. This Hassan, Kanye West, Ben Shapiro thing. Ben Shapiro loses his audience after criticizing Kanye's new song. Hasanabi reacts. Yes, it's me. Nice. Welcome in, Zen. Welcome in. We're playing your boy here. Your boy Hassan. Actually, no, your boy Ben. Zen and Ben. Best buds. Zen and Ben. There you go.
With the hard R, then that means that you're good.
What are you saying? What? Wait, what? Ben, who is this for? Pull the ripcord, Ben. It's over.
I'm so glad that our pop culture has moved in this wonderful, wonderful direction. Exciting stuff. Kanye West has a new music video, and I feel that we should probably comment on it. So,
oh my God, he's fallen off so hard. Holy Ben Shapiro destroys Kanye West pro song. 99,000 views 2 days ago. Oh my God, the downfall of Ben Shabibo.
I mean, to be honest, everybody was waiting for this. Everybody and their mom was waiting for Ben Shapiro's fucking Kanye West reaction. You know, this was inevitable. Fuck Ben. Zen and Ben, best buds. Let's go.
I never thought I would see the day, dude. Oh, wow. I can't believe it's happening. I can't believe it's happening at a time when like his replacement is so much worse. Not so much worse, but just like smellier overall. How are the comments looking? Oh, it's probably Hitlerian. Spoiler alert, Ben Shapiro did not enjoy Hitler by Kanye West. I'm pretty sure nobody came for Ben's opinion, but rather for the comments. This song was banned in 109 countries, which I learned recently is a dog whistle, or not learned recently, but is a dog whistle for Jews being banned in 109 countries, talking about all the countries where there's pogroms that have taken place. implying that Jews are responsible for being pogromed. Ben did indeed not understand his tweets on Twitter. If somebody dropped a song named Hail Satan, nobody would bat an eye. This is another argument that I've heard quite a bit. And it's like, yeah, nobody would bat an eye because it's a fictional character. What are you, a child? What kind of dumb peasant brain bull? Yes, Satan is not real. Hitler is a real figure. He was a real figure who did horrifying crimes. Like, a better argument here would probably be to say, like, oh, no one would care if someone dropped a song named Hail Stalin or something, or Hail, that's still not a good argument, but for the record, I'm just saying that, like, that would be an argument that at least, like, makes more sense to a larger number of dumbasses. Or if someone was like, nobody cares if you make a song called Hail Genghis Khan. Kanye doesn't care about your feelings. I went on a bender last weekend and got kicked out of 109 bars. It wasn't my fault. 109 countries for a reason. This song even got Israelis dancing. Ben Shapiro destroys nothing. He couldn't destroy a Lego mock-up of the USS Liberty. He's a pioneer of free speech. If you don't like it, Ben, then leave the country. He's a pioneer of free speech. On a scale of 1 to 271,000, the song gets 6 million. 271,000 is another dog whistle, which is so crazy because it's another version of this like weird ass Holocaust revisionism where it's like, well, that would still be really up. I mean, it's additionally up that you're lying and claiming it's the 6 million figures are undercount, but like, what's the argument that it would be fine if it was 271,000 Jews that were killed? Like, what? I don't even understand that. That's like such a weird way to do Holocaust revisionism. And yes, I was right. It's all Nazis in the comments. Oy vey, you are only supposed to sing about murder and drugs. The comments under Asmon's reaction are legit Hitlerian.
Ben Shapiro
crashes out. For a lot of young guys, it's not about racism. It's about escaping this HR nightmare regime. No, it's a lot about racism. China has been a month from collapse and Iran 2 weeks away from getting a nuke since I entered high school in this year in 2000. Okay, that one actually is like surprisingly smart comment under Asmongold's comment section. What the? Inside of your two wolves, one is Ben Shapiro, one is Kanye West. The guy has fought against identity politics for so long and is fully embracing identity politics the exact same way too. Ben must be one of those few people who actually take Kanye seriously. I don't even think Kanye takes himself as seriously as he does. Let's see what Benny Boy had to say.
Kanye West, as we all know, has mental issues. I'm not saying this because of his politics. I've been saying that Kanye West has mental issues for years and years and years and years and years. There's nothing.
Yeah, except you literally defended him. You defended him when he was pro-Trump. You silly.
Nothing new here. Years and years ago, when Kanye West was making inroads with the first Trump administration, I tweeted famously, live by the Kanye, die by the Kanye, because he's nuts. And Kanye's mental issues continue to contribute, I assume, to his bizarre fixation with the Jews. So he now has a new song titled Heil. So just in case you were still pretending that Kanye West doesn't hate Jews, I'm pretty sure he hates the Jews. I mean, two things can be true at once.
Who's pretending that Kanye doesn't hate the Jews, man?
Yeah, what's up, Relax? How you doing?
People celebrate.
It's your boy?
Yeah. That's where we're at. This is officially where we are at now. And by the way, you want to know why we're there? For those of you who don't know why we're there, this isn't just about Kanye. This is 100% about Elon Musk and his Twitter takeover. Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, I said over and over and over again, was going to lead to this neo-Nazi shithole. The Twitter, the entirety of Twitter turning into a neo-Nazi breeding ground. And guess who loves Elon Musk? Ben Shapiro. Okay? Elon Musk, major Trump booster. Elon Musk doing great things at Doge. Elon Musk, also a Nazi.
It's one, mental illness. Two, hates the Jews. Both can be true. And in fact, in Kanye West,
what's up,
are
Milkman?
True.
How you doing?
So he's now cut an entire music video. Again, this is all about transgressiveness. It's all about transgressivism. That's all it is. And so many of the people who are parroting the Hitler Kanye West song are doing so because they think it's fun to be transgressive. And all rules.
I am enjoying the salty Bobby war that's going on right now.
Must be broken because if you're standing up to the narrative, you're doing something brave and amazing. Or maybe you're just being a piece of. That's also possible. It turns out that some rules exist for a reason. And like being against Hitler seems to be I don't know, call me controversial, call me crazy. Hitler seems bad. I don't know. I feel like Hitler was not a good person. And I feel like the things he did were bad. If that makes me controversial.
Twitch streamer Soundpiker says he will never do gaming on a stream again. That's true. I did say that.
If it makes me a censor of some sort.
Quiet again? Oh,
I guess, sure. All right, fine. Now, again, I've not called for Kanye West to be deplatformed from anything. I'm just pointing out that many of the people who are very enthusiastic about Kanye West making common cause with people on the right are utterly silent when it comes to his absolutely open shift into Nazism. Many of the people who call him friends.
This is such a funny moment for Ben to potentially self-reflect and realize that the people that he has crafted allegiances with for this, for virtually his entire career are just like now openly saying the quiet part out loud instead of simply entertaining Ben. They're just straight up like, this is who they have been. And now they're just open about it. They're more open about it than ever before. The problem for Ben Shapiro is that I don't even think he would care necessarily about the open admiration if Kanye West was like also openly pro-Israel. I'm not even kidding. Looking at his track record with Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, never forget, hired Candace Owens after Candace Owens came out and said Adolf Hitler wanted to make Germany great. It was Adolf Hitler's invasion of Poland that actually reached the line of globalism. That's what made Adolf wrong. Now, Ben, knowing all of that, still hired Candace Owens to the Daily Wire. Okay? He hired her. What's interesting is that Candace Owens was still very much anti-Semitic the entire time, except something changed. After October 7, Candace Owens became anti-Israel. That is when Ben Shapiro was like, this is a bridge too far. You misunderstood her? What? No, I never misunderstood her. Candace Owens was always anti-Semitic. She just wasn't as overt in her anti-Semitism. And not only that, but also she was never anti-Israel. As a matter of fact, she was pro-Israel. If you look back, don't ever question my knowledge on this stuff, okay? I am a goddamn right-wing reactionary historian. Just like I told you when Ben Shapiro defended Kanye West with his whole ass chest on October 7, 2022, 1 year before October 7, 2023. Ben was defending Kanye. Ben even was defending Kanye after Kanye declared war on Jews. The conservative commentator and Orthodox Jew gave a qualified critique of West's anti-Semitism, making sure to praise his conservative beliefs. Do you think Ben would ever be this forthcoming or this gracious about anyone that was of Arab background or was anti-Israel, for example, that also simultaneously said the things at the time that Kanye West had said? No, of course not. Ben Shapiro has defended Ann Coulter in the past, literally stating Ann Coulter regarding Jews, obviously anti-Semitic. Ann Coulter is also firmly committed to Israel, so I won't lose sleep over it. Ben Shapiro has time and time again revealed that he does not care about anti-Semitism. He cares about Israel. Is Hassan conceding that anti-Israel sentiment is anti-Semitic sentiment? What? No, I'm saying that anti-Semitism, no matter how real, does not matter to Ben Shapiro. What matters to Ben Shapiro is, I mean, obviously with Kanye now, it's like it's gone above and beyond, but anti-Semitism does not matter to Ben Shapiro as much as anti-Israel sentiment does. Here's Ben Shapiro in his own words. Ann Coulter Ann Coulter's tweets regarding Jews, awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so. So I won't lose sleep. Matt Walsh is also anti-Semitic. He constantly pushes the white genocide conspiracy. Matt Walsh is trying to do as much white supremacist takes as possible to maintain his audience, because a lot of his audience is also anti-Ben. If you look at Matt Walsh's comments, everyone is begging for him to leave the Daily Wire, saying it's like the Daily Israel Wire, it's the Daily Jew Wire, whatever a bunch of insanely anti-Semitic comments in Matt Walsh's responses. There is real drama happening in the Daily Wire. A lot of people are holding on to Matt Walsh because he's a Nazi, and I think Ben and others are giving him an allowance to be as much as in Ben's words, transgressive, as in pointing in the Nazi direction as to the best of his ability to retain that audience. You asked earlier if you had any creators you could pull up an 8-second clip of. It's these guys, my guy. No, it's not an 8-second clip, dude. This is a year-long analysis, or not year-long, years-long analysis of political commentary that pertains to larger trends. It's me directly talking about Ben Shapiro and his disinterest in combating anti-Semitism at the behest of defending Israel. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's pertinent to the subject matter, and also a reflection of broader trends in general. Being a Nazi for audience retention is deranged. We live in deranged times, my friend. Anyway, let's continue. Now that I gave you a little bit of background. Also, Matt Walsh just tweeted a swastika. I saw. I didn't even realize it was until someone else pointed it out. If you do you notice it? Yeah, it's like some weird AI. Anyway, Matt Walsh retweeted this. It gives him plausible deniability. It also signals to his neo-Nazi fan base that, yeah, if you squint your eyes, you can see it. It gives plausible deniability because, like, oh, I didn't see it is what he can always say. And also, it basically shows his audience of noticers. Okay, his audience of noticers, all the little edgelords that he's with the cause. Meanwhile, his entire fan base is like, Matt, we love how transphobic and how racist you are. Can you please stop working for the Jewish Daily Wire?
And acquaintances and people, like, where are they? Do they have anything to say about this or no? It's still about the Jews. Pretty amazing stuff. So here is Kanye West's song, Heil Hitler.
Is he gonna play it?
I'm the villain.
No, it's gonna be stuck in my head again. God damn it! You Ben.
That is the thing about that song. It is fucking like it's catchy. I mean, look, the lyrics are what the lyrics are, but the song itself is catchy. I actually don't even blame Hassan here for reacting this way, because I know he's gonna be humming it later for sure. Let's go. Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
So the actual line is N-word Heil. Okay, but it's a hard R with Hitler and it's a no R with the N-word, is the way this works. If, by the way, you say the reverse, that means you're a racist and you're banned from polite society. If you say the N-word that ends with an A, but you say Heil with the hard R, then that means that you're good.
What are you saying? What? Wait, what? Ben, who is this for? Dog, pull the ripcord, Ben. It's over. You can't keep entertaining. You can't do identity politics just specifically around anti-Semitism while simultaneously still literally trying to keep your fan base that wants to be white guys that say the N-word. Society has moved on. The white guys that love saying the N-word also openly love saying Hitler now, Ben. What are you doing? What is this unique audience he's trying to build for himself? No one exists in this space. That is amazing. Who would this argument be for? White guys who hate Adolf Hitler and anti-Semitism, but also love anti-black racism? Is just for Ben, I guess, because all of those white guys also love Hitler now. It's over.
Transgressive and interesting to a wide variety of people, apparently, on both right and left. So that's exciting stuff. I'm glad that we've decided to do this as a society. We'll get to more on this in just a moment first.
No, listen. He's trying to, I get he's being facetious, but the overarching ideological perspective there is that, like, oh, society hates it when people say the N-word with a hard R. Like, do you not understand what he's saying? Oh my God, this is mostly just an ad. He put an ExpressVPN ad on the video, dude. What is happening here? It's just, this video is more ad than video.
And Shapiro show. And social media, of course, has exacerbated all of this because transgressive behavior gets clicks, it gets attention. That, of course, is why Andrew Tate, one of the most vile people in social media, decided that, he's constantly piggybacking on the social media attention whoredom of others. So here he was jumping in a fancy car in UAE, I believe this is, while playing the Kanye West song because all the best people are of a piece.
Oh, man. No fucking way, bro.
Like, it makes
No
logical
way.
sense for all of these races to also be anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they be? Especially if they're not Jewish. Like, why wouldn't they also be anti-Semitic, Ben? Like, what is the angle here is so stupid where he's like, no. Every other type of bigotry is fine except for anti-Semitism. You are so cynical and so stupid in the way that you have backed yourself into this weird corner. That's hilarious, dude. It's hilarious.
He's smoking a cigar and getting into a fancy car paid for by the people that he is allegedly ripping off with Tate University. So that's exciting for all of you.
Oh, now you care about unaccredited scam universities. Big Donald Trump booster, by the way. Big Donald Trump booster. Chicken's coming home to roost for Mr. Donald Trump boost.
And he puts on the song and then he starts driving down the street. What a rebel he is.
Oh, my God.
Truly a rebel. This is the kind of... the social media scene has made the world so much better. By the way, if you think this has no bleed over, why are we paying attention to this? Because social media popularity now translates into mainstream breakthrough. We have seen this. We have seen people who were completely anonymous 2 years ago who, because of the bizarre algorithmic boosts provided by X and TikTok, have now become kind of internet famous. And then they make a breakthrough into actual famous podcasts, for example. And suddenly they're showing up. And you're like, who is this person? Why is this person here? And the answer is they got a lot of clicks. So clicks can translate into some sort of appeal. And we do live in a time where because the left was...
Yeah, where did the left? The left? Are you stupid? That's crazy. He's still talking about the left. Brother, you might as well become a leftist right now, okay? If you actually care about anti-Semitism, that's it. This is the only lane for you is to become a hard leftist, okay? Drop everything else. The left? Kanye West is a leftist? Andrew Tate is a leftist? What do words mean anymore? What do they mean? Does that, what? The left is responsible for this. No, Elon Musk is responsible for this. He bought Twitter. You can't say Elon, though, because he's pro-Israel and he's pro-Trump, right? Awesome. Ben deserves literally all of the that he is receiving and all of the failures of his career. A person who is a repulsive little monster who has spent every waking moment trying to red pill people, only to have all of those red pilled people turn on him now because Nazism is in fashion. You did this, Ben. I fought against it.
Nazism is in fashion.
You made
Amazing.
your bed, and now you got to play in it, okay?
That's crazy. Like, I don't know if that was Shang or Conrad that was saying that, like, once the censorship starts kicking in, everybody just defaults to this certain mode. But Hassan is basically saying the same thing. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Yeah. Especially because the geography of the region. Okay, you're talking to relax there. Yeah.
This is a thing that I got annoyed with, like the Dave Portnoy stuff too, where it's like Dave Portnoy is 100% correct in going after that one who literally is now trying to pivot into a media career for paying for a sign that says at the Barstool Bar. Okay, that dude got a gracious exit ramp from Dave Portnoy that he didn't even deserve, where he was going to go to Auschwitz, to the concentration camp, and basically have all of his like previous anti-Semitic sins written off, okay? But instead, he decided to go after Dave Portnoy and victimize
Nazi
himself.
folks,
And now he's
yeah.
going on all the Nazi podcasts. Turns out he has a bunch of Nazi coins too, like Nazi cryptocurrencies. The thing that frustrates me about all of this is that when Nazi sentiment was not allowed on all of these platforms, okay, there was at least a level of shame in being open about being a Nazi. There was a level of fear for a lot of people because they didn't want to be deplatformed. But then there was also a level of shame that was associated with being a out and about neo-Nazi. Turns out when you let that run rampant on the platform, people become really open about their opinions, their feelings. People are ready to engage in fundraisers for a crack who called a 5-year-old black kid the N-word with a hard R. And people also end up creating Give, Send, Go campaigns to fundraise after being outed as a Semite. No more shame. Let's keep going.
So censorious because the left shut the Overton window so unbelievably tight that basically, if you didn't agree with Hillary Clinton, you were out there in the wilderness. Because of that, many people on the right, their response was no Overton window at all, meaning all discourse must be treated as equally acceptable and valuable.
What?
Which, of course, is stupidity. It's just moral relativism. N-word highlight is not of the same caliber of discussion as, say, should we raise or lower pharmaceutical prices based on government mandate? Like, what is valuable about the answer is there's not a lot of again, doesn't mean it should be banned.
Dude, you did this. You did this because the conversation about raising pharmaceutical prices, which is what you advocate for because you're in the pocket of big pharma and every corporation because you're a goddamn libertarian capitalist piece, was so unfashionable that since the Newt Gingrich era, the Republicans decided that the best way to actually garner support from the American population was to entertain culture war narratives. This is the product of the entertaining of the culture war narratives. There is no blaming the left for this. Hillary Clinton, as much as I hate her, is not responsible for this. Shut up. That is crazy. What is he saying? Yeah, also, what is wild about it is that Ben hates black people so much he has a harsher take on wet ass than he has for Heil Hitler. He still somehow found a way to make this.
Do you remember that when fucking who was it? Cardi B? I think it was Cardi B and Nicki Minaj when they came out with that, or no, it was Megan Thee Stallion. Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion where they came out with Wet Ass Pussy, and Ben Shapiro was reading out the lyrics to it, and he was just like, "Here's the lyrics. Why don't you grab me by my wet ass pussy? Oh, I wish you understood that I have a very wet ass pussy. Blah 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 blah." That was pretty fucking. I mean, that was a great meme for sure.
Is the left? The left did this. The left did Wet Ass, which Ben hates more than the song, by the way. And now the left has also caused the song to come out. Interesting, Ben. Let's take a look at what you had to say. Conservative commentator and Orthodox Jew gave a qualified critique of West's anti-Semitism, making sure to praise his conservative beliefs. This is from friend of the show, Nikki Ramirez. Let's take a look. Let's back from the Jewish holiday now. As usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye moves towards pro-life faith and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 posts and Black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. In response to controversy at Paris Fashion Week, West sat down in a two-part interview with white nationalism's loudest primetime promoter, Tucker Carlson. On Tuesday, a leak of outtakes from the interview obtained by Vice revealed that Carlson's production team cut a variety of bizarre conspiratorial and anti-Semitic statements made by West from the final version of the interview. The removed portions included West stating that he'd rather have his kids learn about Hanukkah before Kwanzaa because at least it will come with some financial engineering. Following a widespread outrage over his display of White Lives Matter shirts at Yeezy Runway Show in Paris, West began posting images on Instagram of text exchanges between himself, friends, and other industry names. Shapiro tweet comes days after his own employee, Daily Wire host Candace Owens, outright dismissed West's DEFCON 3 thread, saying that no honest person would think the tweet was anti-Semitic. Owens appeared with West in a White Lives Matter shirt at Paris Fashion Week and appeared on Carlson's show on Monday to defend West. Owens told Carlson that the result of Black Lives Matter has been white supremacy. You want to know something that's ironic about Kanye West's career and the trajectory that Kanye West has taken in terms of anti-Semitism? Ben Shapiro is also responsible for that too. As a matter of fact, it was prominent neocons, David Horowitz, and Ben Shapiro himself, and Jeremy Boring that were responsible for Kanye West's Hitler arc. You want to know why? Because Candace Owens actually killed Kanye West. Is it Kanye Owens? Yeah, and you know how Candace Owens got a media career before she was after she was at SJW with an anti-Trump website that she ran, an anti-Trump blog that she ran. I didn't even know this part, by the way. Candace Owens' political rise began in 2016 when David Horowitz invited her, a little-known YouTuber at the time, to the Freedom Center's Restoration Weekend. She later called it the conference where everything started for me. There she met Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA. You might recognize David Horowitz as one of the most insane, one of the most intense Islamophobes of the of the Obama era. Okay, he fell out of favor and he's now. He died recently. You might also recognize the name David Horowitz because the H3H3 subreddit actually posted him dunking on a hijabi woman to say, oh, this is how Ethan is going to dunk on Hassan. Progressive community, by the way. Anyway, she later called it a conference where everything started for me. There she met Charlie Kirk of Turning Point USA, which helped launch her to national fame. The Freedom Center supported her for years, hosting her at events and giving her a Courage Award in 2018. But by 2023, the relationship fell apart after Owens made controversial statements about Israel. Okay? Now, remember, David Horowitz played a formative role in the beginning of I keep saying Candace Owens' career. Then Charlie Kirk gave life to it further, and then Ben Shapiro hired her. Okay? Ben Shapiro hired her for the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens for the Daily Wire after it was known Candace Owens was definitely an anti-Semite. But at that time, up until as late as 2018, Candace Owens was still very much pro-Israel. There are tweets of Candace up until 2018 where she's like doing the classic Zionist Hasbara lines, okay? Talking about like what apartheid or whatever.
Has accepted my
Someone I'm sure can find it. So it wasn't
me.
Yo, Bobby, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Legion. I appreciate that.
a problem for Ben. Then, after October 7, Clandis greatly elevated the anti-Semitic statements and also did the final thing.
Sounds better than Ben Shapiro.
That
Ben is
no
getting done.
one in the conservative media sphere is appreciative of. She became anti-Israel. In the process, she also was responsible for Kanye's Hitler arc. And now Ben is trying to find a way to make this about the left.
Taylor Swift. Their response is, "Oh, that's amusing and not crazy at all." The minute he
Let's
says
see
he's
what Ben
pro-life,
had to
that,
say back when Kanye was on the beginning part of his Hitler arc.
that guy's crazy. He's pro-life? No way. He's a black dude who's pro-life. That's impossible. Impossible. Kim Kardashian, by the way, is considered totally sane, despite all of her myriad sexual peccadillos and the fact that anyone who dates Pete Davidson is by definition insane. It's an amazing thing, right? The media definition of insanity is not actual mental illness, which Kanye has actually acknowledged that he struggles with. That's not mental illness. Mental illness is when you're right wing. Mental illness is when you put on a MAGA cap.
Yeah, it is.
Mental illness
And
is when you're right
the more mentally ill
wing.
you become, the more you become like Kanye. So yes, it is.
Mental illness is when you say that you don't want to kill babies. That's the true mental illness. The pathologizing of right-wing viewpoints goes back a long way. It goes actually back to a book by Theodore Adorno called The Authoritarian Mind. The suggestion was that there was a pathological drive in capitalist societies.
By the way, look at his numbers back then. Oh boy. Oh buddy. 959,000 views, 34,000 likes. Oh, what a trip down memory lane this has been. You know who gets those numbers now? This guy. That's right. 21 hours ago, 698,000 likes, baby. That's right. Smoking on the Ben pack. Woo! Sheesh. Anyway, where'd those views go, Ben? Where'd those views go?
Doesn't mean it should be censored. It does mean that a rational, decent people would not be spending an awful lot of time.
They were saying Asmon is your new cow after Ben got cooked. I mean, I don't participate in like lol cow. I think I usually just let my haters do their own thing. They often end up ruining their own lives when they get outed.
Who? Like who?
So,
like who?
at
Who's
least that's
ruining their
what's
own
happened.
life?
Yes, you do, Lamau. Really? I participate in lolcow shit. That's why I spent years making fun of Destiny, right? And only started talking about him after he became an outward supporter of Israel, saying that he was pro-genocide. But why would anybody hate you? There's plenty of reasons. Are you kidding me? People's understanding of the world is that in order to be a socialist, you must actually live like a vagrant. I don't think I need to lolcow a guy who fucking lolcows himself, by the way. Asmongold, at least. Oh, she probably deleted her other fucking Israel tweets. Oh my God. Amazingly, not a single elected Democrat is here to celebrate this historic event in Jerusalem, a bona fide signal that they do not stand with Israel. This snub will not soon be forgotten, not in America or abroad. Hashtag U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. Hashtag promises made. Hashtag promises kept. Now, I can't retweet this because Clandis blocked me a very long time ago. But I certainly can take a screenshot of this. Yeah, she deleted all of her pro-Israel tweets, but this one doesn't say Israel in it, and she's a... So she didn't actually delete this one because this says only Jerusalem in it. So she probably forgot to delete this. But she had a ton of tweets about Israel. Of course she did. She's a Republican hack. Oh, I guess this does say Israel. Never mind. I guess she forgot to delete this one. I don't know. But she had a bunch of other... pro-Israel tweets. You can QRT if you just copy paste the link in your tweet. Wait, really? She'll delete it if I just QRT it anyway. Isn't part of her anti-Semitism from her experience with Ben like she's just justifying racism with her departure from the Daily Wire? No, she was... Dude, she was already anti-Semitic. What are you talking about? She was praising Adolf Hitler, associating Adolf Hitler positively with the Trump administration in an effort to defend nationalism. Guy who became anti-Semite because Ben Shapiro is so annoying. Yeah, that's not what happened here. The reason why I'm stressing this is because it's important to understand that a lot of these guys are just straight up charlatans. They don't give a shit. They do not care. Back from Jewish holiday, as usual, two things can be true at once. Kanye moves towards pro-life. Faith and family conservatism are encouraging. His DEFCON 3 posts and Black Hebrew Israelite language are clearly anti-Semitic and disturbing. Ilhan Omar is an anti-Semite. Rashida Tlaib is an anti-Semite. AOC's fine with that. Just as she's fine with Jeremy Corbyn's anti-Semitism. Intersectional leftists are happy to let all three off the hook. This isn't complex. 4. Jewish belief and practice should make it more difficult to vote for a party that celebrates and champions Jew haters like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar.
Yeah.
What took place? Why did Candace block you? Many years ago. She turned Ye into Yadolf. He's always been a Nazi. He's just not as open with it.
What?
No, I know for a fact from background information that Candace Owens played a formative role in Kanye West becoming a right-wing, Kanye West developing right-wing politics, okay? She played a formative role in a weak moment in his life when he was isolated in becoming a right-wing person, and then and also anti-Semitic as well, but she played a even larger role in pushing him in that direction. He was the one who was doing White Lives Matter. There is not that much of a... Guys, and I think it was Rick Rubin who introduced Kanye West to Candace Owens, is the speculation on background. That's what people think. Like, there is not that much, there is, it's not weird for people who do this to then turn around and be anti-Semitic. Like, these things are in line with one another, okay? And yes, that Ben Shapiro, this Ben Shapiro video is from that 1 week where Kanye West was like super right-wing, and then was starting to openly be more pro-hit, okay? And then in that week-long sequence, he went on Alex Jones and was like talking about how Hitler invented the radio. You can't say that at most. She had an influence, but he's a full... He did what he did. I'm not taking away the responsibility from Kanye West for his own Nazi bullshit, okay? But she was a prominent influence in his life. That is just the truth. We need to stop acting like Rick Rubin isn't just some producer hack. Back to Ben.
With those sorts of folks promoting that sort of trash. But once it starts mainstreaming via social media, then all the bad ideas of the past get to come back. So that's exciting. According to a brand new poll out of JL Partners, this is from October of last year, so it's not brand new. According to a poll from October 7th of 2024, people who say Hitler had some good ideas, people who are 18 to 29 years old, 21%. People who are 65 plus, 5%. Why? Well, a few reasons. 1, older people are not spending nearly as much time on social media. 2, older people actually do have some wisdom. They're not as stupid as people who are 18 to 29 years old very often. There is an interesting racial breakdown. Black Americans, over a fifth of them say Hitler had some good ideas. Presumably Kanye is in that category. 19% of Hispanic Americans said the same. Just 9% of white Americans said the same.
People give a fuck about what a rapper says.
Put me on the side of people who say Hitler actually did not have
I guess it depends on the rapper. I mean, if it was like, who's a rapper that people take seriously? Well, I mean, look, take this with a grain of salt, but like Ice-T, right? He's been very political over the years. I remember during COVID, Ice Cube was really adamant about like fucking COVID discourse. People were taking him seriously. Mos Def and Common, I think they take them seriously too, but more from like a media perspective. So there are rappers that are taken seriously. They're not all like Lil Wayne, right? They don't all have like face tattoos and they're going around like the Island Boys and shit. Not every rapper is like that, but I don't think anybody's taking Kanye seriously. Like the only person that takes Kanye serious is Nick Fuentes. That's it, you know. Ice-T, Ice Cube, Vanilla Ice. Yeah, how many ices are there? Yeah. Yeah, the only person that takes the Ye seriously is like Sneeko, fucking Nick Fuentes. There's like a few people basically.
Good ideas. His ideas were trash. And the people who support them today are trash. And the people who invoke them today as some sort of progressive strike against the leftist machine. There are so many ways to oppose leftist censorship.
Bro, my haters are losing their goddamn minds, dude. They can't even. I never thought it would get to this point, but like, they are unironically, bro, dude, this is like just mental illness, okay? Nas, Diddy, Laden, Adolf, Epstein, Piker, how F this Hassan Piker, search on YouTube. What is going on? Bro, is this like, are people's brains just actually melting? What's happening? People are losing their goddamn minds, dude. They're getting dumber and dumber. I can't believe I welcome a time when like at least my haters had like a coherent, a way to just deliver normal speech that is decipherable. They've gotten dumber and dumber. How is this happening?
Valuable ways to oppose leftist censorship. There are so many things that can be said that the left doesn't want you to say that actually have inherent real value. And then there are mentally ill people warbling into a microphone using autotune. By the way, I hope that whatever Kanye is making off his songs, he's paying a percentage to autotune. Because my goodness, autotune is basically writing his songs for him at this point. I'm so glad that our pop culture has moved in this wonderful direction. Exciting stuff. The news moves fast. Bad news moves fastest of all. Every day it gets harder to tell what's real, what's manufactured, to control and discourage us. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more facts. That's why starting today, we are giving you more of the Ben Shapiro Show.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to get more of the Ben Shapiro Show. Yeah, ain't nobody's subscribing to your shit-ass website, Ben. You failure. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, what's up, Grand Design? How you doing? Well, that was fun. That was fun. I knew that was going to be fun. How could that not be fun? Kanye, fucking Ben Shapiro, fucking Hassan. You know, that's just, that can only be good. Let me see here.
Media exposed for...
It would not be a proper stream without an Asmongold video, that's for sure. Let's see. Especially now that Zen's here. If Zen is still there, we're gonna this is Zen's boy right here. Voice actor, South Africa. Belongs to jail. What was this?
Yesterday, big tragedy.
Is Zen pro or anti-Asmongold? Zen is very anti-Asmongold.
2 Israeli diplomats were killed by
a
person
this is it.
who...
This is definitely the one. All right, I loaded it up. The rage bait is loaded into the cannon, and I just lit the wick, bro. Okay? The rage bait is loaded up into the cannon.
Yesterday, big tragedy. 2 Israeli diplomats were killed by a person who started screaming pro-Palestine. This is the guy that did the shooting. I believe that's him. There he is again. And who carried out the brutal attack on Washington. This is him talking right here. They got him. So he shot and killed 2 people.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
And Hamas. Oh boy. And so, yep, that's my expression as well. So 2 Israeli staff were executed yesterday in Washington, D.C. a day. Just 2 days ago, Hassan Piker hosted a 20,000 person live stream at Bad Benada. I don't know really who this is. A guy who repeatedly urged his audience to go out and kill Israelis. Very interesting timing. I'm not saying that they caused this to happen, but you know who is saying that? Well, let's go ahead and listen to the clip. All right, here we go.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But
it gets better. This was from April 2025. Okay, this is what I said in April 2025. Twitch needs to stop making decisions based off of their radical, like politically motivated moderation team. Like if I was Twitch, I would probably get rid of the entire moderation team. It seems very obvious to me that, and this is what's going to happen by the way.
He called it.
The moderation
He
team
called
is
it.
going to get Twitch in trouble because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like, I don't know, like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And I'm just like coming up with an example, right? Like maybe some like terror attack happens or whatever. And if you have people on Twitch that are supporting this, theoretically, every single advertiser is going to leave the platform and it is going to be an instantaneous apocalypse situation.
all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
Wow. Wow.
Looks like he was right. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
I don't even know what to say. That this is insane. I've never seen a sweep like this before in my fucking life. All right, so here's another one right here. This is me talking about it again. Asmongold predicts big problems in Twitch's future if they keep allowing this rhetoric to go unpunished. This was from February 28th, 2025. I'm kind of shocked that this is happening. And I also want to say that this rise in extremism and this rise in extremist rhetoric will eventually be very, very damaging for Twitch. Because eventually somebody will say something, will this be the time? It probably won't be the time. But eventually somebody will say something and it's going to get mainstream attention to a degree that it's going to damage Twitch on a massive level. Because this type of language and rhetoric is extremely distasteful. And I think that average people see this and they find it abhorrent. Yep. And the fact is that if you keep saying stuff like this and you keep doing this, you will eventually, in my opinion, like if I was Amazon and I found out this was happening, I would fire everybody at leadership at Twitch. I would. Because the fact is that the people who are leadership at Twitch have allowed this to happen. And they've allowed it to happen for a long time. It's not like this is crazy. There's a pattern of behavior here. And I think that Twitch really needs to look at reining this kind of stuff in. Like, I've said things that were out of pocket before. Yeah, and so, yeah, I've said it before. And, again, I don't know, Twitch in trouble. Because it seems very obvious to me. One more time. We got to listen to this one more time. This is what's going to happen, by the way. The moderation team is going to get Twitch in trouble. because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like, I don't know, like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And I'm just like coming up with an example, right? Like maybe some like terror attack happens or whatever. And if you have people on Twitch that are so, the fact is that, you know, there are people that call me the Pope of journalism. Why did you do it? I don't know. Hassan tweeted about the CNN video. Oh, I bet he did. He's probably very upset about this because it makes him look bad. I mean, I'm sure he's upset about them blaming him. And it looks bad. It really does. And so I said this shit was going to happen. And again, I told them this was going to happen. I said a 100% chance this is going to happen. And that's what it was. And I don't know what to say, guys. And this is really, really, really bad. And I don't know what to say. And yeah, I bet the shooter strapped us on. Oh, I never said that it was hit. Again, I never blamed, and I am not blaming it on him. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was saying is that by Twitch allowing this rhetoric on the platform, they open themselves up to the accusations that, and again, this is people that are openly promoting terrorist organizations. Like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis, okay? We're not talking about like, you know, some, you know, political disagreeer. We're talking about literal fucking terrorist orgs. And so there you go.
My favorite thing about Asmongold is that he is basically completely brand new to this political commentary discourse scene, right? Before 6 months ago, he was just a fucking World of Warcraft guy, wasn't he? That's all he played, League of Legends, World of Warcraft, some shit like that, right? He was drinking fucking Diet Coke and eating Taco Bell every day, making millions of dollars. And now he's fucking enemy number one. Enemy number one. Destiny hates him, Asmongold, or fucking Hassan hates him, Bosch hates him. Everybody fucking hates Asmongold. I don't even know if anybody actually even likes Asmongold except for the people that watch his stream or watch his fucking his YouTube channel. Does he have any allies or anything? He's kind of commenting on this race. Oh, really? Okay. I was under the impression that he's like completely new to this whole, you know, political discourse scene. More so on woke gaming stuff. Okay, gotcha. All right, so he was like on the culture war front essentially. But now he's giving takes on geopolitics, bro. That's gold. I mean, I don't have the fucking balls to give takes on fucking geopolitics because it's just that's just not my fucking wheelhouse. I don't know shit about geopolitics. But he's just letting it fly.
And dear most humble Zap, there's nothing to brag about here.
Like, I'll never forget. It was like maybe a month or two ago. Kairos did a stream, and man, when I tell you that Kairos went off on Asmongold, he went off on Asmongold. It was actually really entertaining and hilarious. Like I was thoroughly entertained with Kairos' stream going off on Asmongold about the whole inferior culture stuff. Man, that was fucking like, that was Twitch poll fucking gold right there, dude. Amazing.
I didn't listen. Why did it not happen sooner? Unbelievable. I said it was going to be 6 months to a year, and I think I was just about right. And there you go. And it's that simple. If Twitch allows terrorist rhetoric, that just means they support it. Well, it's going to look very, very bad. And the problem is not that it's like I'm going to be honest. I don't think that it's Hassan's fault that this happened. That's crazy. Like, it's not like this guy watched Hassan and then he just immediately went over and said, okay, I'm going to go shoot up this embassy, right? I don't think that's what happened. Like, this is probably a confluence of events. No, and I'm just being honest, right? Most people get radicalized and they do things, and there's like 50 different fucking things that come together. But the difference is that with Twitch, they don't do anything about it. And so, like, that's the big problem. You said it yesterday. You have the ability to stop something from happening if you don't basically agree with it. Yes, exactly. And so, I mean, how do you know that didn't happen? It's not something that I would say happened. That's outrageous to say that would happen. That's crazy to accuse somebody of that. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I would never say that. And so, anyway, do a video. We told you. I tried. And listen, I'm going to put it down. All right. If there's anybody from Amazon and or even the executive leadership at Twitch, and you guys really want me to come in and fix this, right? I don't know if it's fixable yet. I actually think this could be it. Like this legitimately could be so damaging it will cause advertisers to leave. I think that a lot of people are massively downplaying how big of a deal it is that you have a named person that is being connected to an active terror attack who has a history of supporting terrorist organizations. This is really, really fucking bad. Extremely fucking bad. And if you think that like Twitch and advertisers and people like that, Adpocalypse 2.0, this is going to make the last one look like a joke. Like if this catches on and gets bigger, and I don't think, again, do you remember whenever the Adpocalypse happened? Do you remember when it happened and I said it wouldn't happen immediately? It would happen maybe like 3 or 4 months in the future because of the way that advertising budgets work. Remember whenever I said that? Remember when I said that? I'm just trying to make sure that we're all on the same page. No? Well, I said basically, so no. Okay, so this is what I had said. And I'll go back and I can repeat myself again, is that advertising contracts and budgets usually happen on a yearly, quarterly, or, semester basis, right? Like a 6-month basis. So advertising contracts usually do not immediately get canceled, but they oftentimes do not get renewed. And so I said that whenever the first Twitch adpocalypse happened, and some people are saying there was no adpocalypse, I said, you're right, because you haven't seen it yet, because the ripple hasn't gotten far enough out. Now we see the ripple coming farther out, and you're seeing, think about all of the streamers in the past week that have said that they've lost tons of ad revenue. Like Techie was right, Tectone was right, I was right, it was so obvious, right? This was going to happen. And so, yes, blaming Hassan is basically blaming GTA for violence. I'm not, listen, I'm sure he's going to get mad about this.
I will say this, say what you want about Asmongold, but from all the videos that I've seen of his, he at least has an audience that will push back on him. There's like almost every video I've ever seen, there's like people in his chat that are essentially disagreeing with some of his takes, calling him out on certain things. Whereas like with Hassan, I don't ever see that. I don't ever see Hassan getting called out on anything, and he's got 30,000-40,000 people in the stream. You imagine with those kinds of numbers, there would at least be one person that fucking disagrees with Hassan on something. I never fucking hear that shit.
I'm not blaming Hassan. Period. I'm not. Okay, let's move on. So that's it. It's terrible comparison. Well, what I'm saying, the ADL did, yes, and I'm saying this is what happened. And anyway, my viewers can. You can have. What do you think? I have to tell you that what you have to think or what not. I'm giving you my opinion. I don't think that it's reasonable to say that, and it's not fair, especially not with any. We don't have any evidence of that yet, right? I mean, it's crazy to say. And so, why are you not? You can really use him as an example every day. Why am I not? Because correlation does not mean causation. That's the reason why. Is that shooting first and asking questions later has gotten me in trouble in the past, and I don't want it to get me in trouble again. And I try to be accurate and correct in what I say, and I try not to draw conclusions before I'm certain of them. And so that's it. And that's really all there is to it. And it's a venomous rhetoric that gets pushed all the time. Yes, of course. Don't you think he's contributing to radicalization? Does Hassan contribute to radicalizing people? Abso-fucking-lutely. 100% he contributes to radicalizing people. Without a doubt. And I'm sure that to some extent, so do I. right? I'm not saying like I'm not special. Like this is the way that a lot of political rhetoric is, right? But like the point is that yes, 100% that happens. When you tweet out the picture of a gun that was used to kill a elected representative as a response to another elected representative, and then you have to delete the tweet, everybody knows why you deleted the tweet. It's because you knew you were going to get in trouble. It's because it was bad. And so that's it. It's not his fault, but he does fan the flames. Yes, exactly. You don't call for violence. I do not call for violence. The only thing I call for is extreme punishment through the legal system. That's what I do call for. And so anyway, that's the difference. You've radicalized me into being more logically inclined. Yes, I've radicalized. What I have done, I am a radicalizing force. I radicalize people towards the truth. That's the difference between me and a lot of other people. But, you know, that's okay, right? And, you know, nobody's going to be perfect. Well, almost nobody. But, you know, and again, I don't like a person normally that sees this and realizes that they were vindicated on this level. You know, people like this usually don't, you know, it affects their ego. Luckily, I am the most humble streamer on the platform. I don't let this affect my ego. I know that this was a pretty easy prediction to make. Anybody could have expected this to happen. And I had mentioned it multiple times over the years. It's not really a big deal, but I just want to say that in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. And that's where I am.
Oh,
I'm
man.
not a wizard. I'm not Nostradamus, but at least I try to look around and see what's happening. Other people close their eyes and they imagine what they want to have happen. That's the difference. That's the reason. Now, 4 eyes and I still can't see. Good one. And yeah, there you go. And what is yeah, no, so I don't even think it's that big of a deal that I was right about this, but there you go. And I'll leave the gamer out of it. Yeah, this is not a gamer thing, but yeah.
But all of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish
Have
state.
you seen that Hassan called you a white supremacist? Which time? You'd have to be more specific. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure I've seen it recently. I mean, sure, I don't know, is there a new one in the last day or so? Maybe there has been. And so anyway, yeah, I'm not sure. And Dag Keels, thanks for 20 gifted subs.
Does anybody out there think that he's a white supremacist? I'm curious. What do we think?
Appreciate that. And by the way, I love how, you know, for being a white supremacist, I sure do interact with a lot of brown people, right? Isn't that weird that I make videos supporting brown people regularly and black people regularly, and I have friends with them, and, you know, like, isn't that weird? That's crazy, right? Wow, what are the odds of that? I think I'm not very good at my job. I need to become a better white supremacist, I guess. Yeah, you're horrible at it. I guess so. And anyway, so this is what's happened. And obviously, I want to say, I tried so hard to warn Twitch that this was going to happen. I said, please listen to me. Please listen. Please don't take this bullshit. Asmongold. Oh, man. They all knew the ADL can be ridiculous. The Times is 200% right. Yes, there we go. And the era will leftists call for genocide against Jews, but at the same time call for everybody a Nazi. Funniest thing about this, he gave Hassan the coveted gamer title that Asmongold will be proud to be recognized for. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And I explained to everyone how much these journalists loved him. I guess he's about to find out. Well, do you remember what I said before about how your biggest strength is your biggest weakness? Well, I think this is a great example of that. Hassan has enjoyed a tremendous amount of preferential treatment by the media, and that preferential treatment has increased his image, and it's caused a lot more mainstream media to get attention on him. And now he's reaping the consequences of that with people naming him as a radicalizing force after a terrorist attack. And that's what happens. And again, that's that's the way it goes. And this is wild, honestly. It's not wild to me. It's exactly what happened. And I can read this here. This is what happened. And so 2 staff members from the Embassy of Israel were fatally shot outside the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C. The suspect, identified as a 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago, shouted "Free Palestine" after shooting and during the arrest. Yes, I'm sure everybody in Palestine, this is really going to help them. And shooting 2 random young people that work at an embassy. And authorities are investigating the possible motives, including terrorism and anti-Semitism. So we'll go ahead and we'll look into this individual and see if there's any information about this at all. And yeah, let's see here. The judge got arrested for helping illegals avoid ICE. Yeah, we're going to get to that, but not yet. And anyway, as Hispanic born in Chicago, he was completely radicalized by socialism and Islamic propaganda. His profile flags. Profile flags Islamic countries and his beliefs were that of Hamas. I can confirm he was a Twitch user. There's no way. There's no... Dude. There is no way. Oh, God. Do you want to know what the best plot twist would be? Is if he was banned in Hassan's chat and he was a tier 3 sub in mine. That would be the craziest plot twist that you could possibly see. Yeah, I mean, by the way, that would definitely be the most, it'd be funny. Yeah. And anyway, let's see here. Domestic terrorists hunting Jews last night. Let's see if we can find it. Do you think I can confirm he was a Twitch user? How do we know about this? Richie Torres was going off on Amazon policy earlier this year. It was creating terrorists. Yep, Richie was right. And I don't doubt it. Can he post evidence? Yeah, let's see the evidence. How can you confirm he was a Twitch user? We're not really sure. And I don't know. Yeah, I want to see the evidence. I want to find it. I mean, former Twitter accounts of the shooter in the news. This is his web archive. He changed his handle to Kyle Leather and someone else registered it. There's that as well of his Elias account. So then we've already found a bunch of information about this at all. And needs to get his username? No, and that's what we need to find. And I'm sure that the internet can find it faster than since you misposted. What evidence of him not owning that account since then? Archived tweets. Seems like the same commie terrorism supporting dipshit as the Kyle Leather. The name change is only part of the Elias account. I don't think that we have enough evidence to really say that for sure. But check his username and chat. Well, I mean, we would have probably already done that, right? I mean, that's clearly not it. So someone says username was the same as his Twitter name. Well, let's go ahead and find out. /user Elias. It looks like no user matches that login. Let me make sure that I actually typed it the right way. Yeah, I did. Okay, so, and then we have another one, Kyle Leather Twitter name. Sure, we're going to put that one in there too. And user. So somebody created the account 39 minutes ago. And so obviously a memer, a jokester, a trickster. And so, clever, right? Very clever, but not exactly there. Not real. Yeah, exactly. Like you can see the creation date. So nice try, though. If you want to do something like that to frame somebody, next thing, if you want to do that next time, buy an account and then get a name change and request a name change from Twitch. And that way you can maintain the creation date of the account while also maintaining the history of the account. And so if you want to frame somebody better next time, that's my advice. So there you go. But either way, I do think this will be a huge moment for Twitch. And so ADL has an anti-gamer agenda, clearly. And so this is what's happened, is that basically, I've said this was going to happen now for months, and it has finally happened. I said that there would be a terrorist attack and there would be a terror event or something bad would happen, and it would get blamed on Twitch because Twitch has allowed radicalism and extremism like this on the platform to exist now for years. And so anyway, don't you think this will make more people watch them? Well, it will, and those people will be the people that run the...
Yeah, but I mean, even if more people are watching, if your fucking ad dollars are drying up, I mean... That is what he's talking about. He's talking about like the adpocalypse, right?
the advertising companies, and they'll watch them, and then they will probably stop advertising. This is probably going to cause more damage to Twitch's advertising than anything has previously. That's it. It was tipping now. Yeah, I said it was going to happen. And there you go. And Sam responded. No, I'm sure he did respond. I mean, definitely he did. But let me see what I will look at what he said, and we'll see what he said. Let me go back over and see what the message is. Israel is as you know, self-reflection is. This is so the last previous thing that he retweeted about me was also about me. Let's see here. Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. This is not really true. The fact is that whenever you openly platform terrorism, you say that you don't have a problem with terrorist organizations that want to kill Jewish people. This is going to increase the rhetoric. This does turn up the temperature of the rhetoric. That's what happens. I mean, it's, again, for somebody to blame Hassan is unfair, but for somebody to say that Hassan has not been a radicalizing force in causing these people to be more extreme, I think you're being delusional. That's it. Not even condemning the guy. Yeah, exactly, right? Not even condemning him. And so, anyway... And so do you think Twitch will forbid politics streams on a platform? There's a chance that could happen for sure. Watch Twitch ban you out of frustration. How correct your prediction was? I did. And do you think there will be bleed over into Amazon sales and their advertisements? No, not at all. I don't think it's going to affect them in any capacity whatsoever. And that's it. And do you think if the media does pull Twitch into the mix further, Amazon would attempt to sell Twitch on top of ad losses? No. I think that what will happen at Twitch, this is what will happen. Two outcomes will probably happen. Number one, the most likely outcome is that Twitch will continue to run Amazon will continue to run Twitch at a loss as they have before, because it focuses, it's a loss leader for their other products, right? And so that's one thing. There's another option where, in terms of like what happens at Twitch, that's what I think is going to happen like with Twitch in general. I don't think they're going to sell it because of this. I don't think so, at least not yet. And so the next thing that's going to happen is that either Twitch is going to have to put out a statement about this, or they're going to have to address in one way or another. And the problem is that Twitch has been infected so deeply with the rot of these people that it's almost impossible for them to get rid of it without severing the entire limb, which is what I said with Twitch banning politics completely. It's because how can they define what politics is when you have people that think that this isn't politics, even though it's happening, right? It's impossible for them to be able to do that. If I was Twitch, I mean, I'll tell you, I would do things very differently. I'll say that. Will you go back to gaming if politics are banned? I don't know. I don't think they're going to ban politics. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen is that there is, I'm not even going to say a high probability, but I would think it's possible that you could see major executive leadership changes at Twitch if the advertising goes down as massively as I think it will. That's probably what's going to happen. And I could see the entire executive leadership getting banned, and then them being even more draconian and even more extreme with the rules, which will make the website worse overall. Do you think Twitch is finally cooked? I think that this will be a really, really bad moment for Twitch. This is going to be like an insanely, like extremely bad moment for Twitch.
I mean, I thought Twitch is going down regardless of all this stuff. I remember reading an article like a year ago about Twitch essentially becoming a zombie brand. This is outside of even all of this Hassan, fucking violent rhetoric, adpocalypse discourse kind of shit. And outside of me hating Twitch personally. I don't think there's anything that stands in the way of fucking Amazon just shelving Twitch, which is why the Nightbot pops up in the once in a while saying, in case Twitch gets shelved, and then it has my kick link, So, yeah, it's probably, I don't know. I mean, there's still a lot of fucking people that stream on Twitch, but I just don't see it being viable. Predicting the death of his platform, interesting, yeah. I agree. I've been saying it for a long time. Anybody that knows me knows that I've been talking shit on Twitch for a long time. It just doesn't seem fucking like, what if a creator can move over to another platform and keep most of their money, why would they stay on Twitch? What's the point? I remember when Chud Logic moved over to YouTube, when he was before he moved to YouTube, he's on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch still, but when he moved over to YouTube basically full time, he took all of his Twitch viewership with him. All of them. He went from having anywhere between 500 to 750 average viewers a stream on Twitch. He went over to Kick. Now his Twitch stream has like maybe 50 people in it. Maybe. And his YouTube numbers are way up from what he had brought over from Twitch. Before it was like 750, 800 maybe max. Now he's streaming to like 1K, 1.5K on average. Like, why would any creator want to stay on fucking Twitch? I don't even want to stay on Twitch, and I only stream to like 5 people a night. It's just not even worth it. I'd rather just go to fucking Kick, where it's fucking on way more chill. YouTube too. I'm on YouTube as well. YouTube, Kick, Twitter, Rumble. I'd rather be anywhere else than Twitch. So I mean, but I'm just saying that just to say that I've been saying that for a long time. But he's saying that essentially this is also going to play a major role in terms of like Hassan and this whole rhetoric and all with these murders. And now it's like now the discourse is manifesting in violence, and whether or not that's going to play out in reality and hurt the brand. Could, I guess it could. And maybe one more reason, if some advertisers say it's not even worth it anymore, Amazon's just going to be like, fuck it. What are we doing? Why are we fucking pissing money away? I mean, Amazon is one of the few companies on the planet that could just piss money away and it wouldn't affect them at all. But I don't know. Like, what benefit does Twitch give Amazon other than only one? And that is the ability to showcase AWS functionality, right? If you have a shit ton of AWS products that you're trying to sell, what better way to show people you're trying to sell those products to than by showing it via Twitch? All the fucking infrastructure for Twitch is on AWS. So if you are sitting down with clients and you're trying to sell AWS products to people, Twitch would be a great way to show people how to use AWS. But that's it. That's the only fucking reason. YouTube monetization is horrible. I'm not monetized on YouTube yet. Nobody watches me on YouTube. I stream on YouTube all the time. I fucking, I tweet out that I'm on YouTube. Every time I start a stream, I hit my my Twitter up and I sent out a bunch of fucking, hashtags with, Kick, YouTube, whatever, all kinds of 10 or 20 different hashtags. A little greeting and saying that I'm with my link to my YouTube channel, but my YouTube engagement is like fucking non-existent because most people I know are on Twitch or Kick. I even get more people on Kick than I do fucking YouTube, But either way, I mean that could change one day. I could get a raid from Chud Logic one day, and that would change things. I could get a raid from Resivere. I got a raid from Resi the other night on Twitch, and he brought over like 30 people or something like that, 30, 40, something like that. So, I could do the same thing on YouTube. I can get a raid on YouTube with just like, a good number of people and then start building like that. I haven't really focused on YouTube because I kind of just use it to test out the video editing that I do. I don't really put any time or effort into YouTube. I just basically use it to upload what I work on in Adobe Premiere and see what it looks like when I actually put it on YouTube. But I do, I am streaming, I'm multi-streaming on everything right now. What's up, Malibu? Anything from Links of Lego today? No, this is a lazy stream, man. I'm watching, it's just been slop. I haven't even streamed in like a week. This whole week just beat me down between work and fucking other things. I don't even have the time to fucking sit through something intellectual right now. Not the time. I don't have the attention span. I don't have the attention span to sit through something. I know you're always putting shit in there that's like fucking ultra intellectual and shit. So, if it's slop, if you put in slop, then yeah, maybe I'll watch it. But if it's not slop, then it's not happening tonight because it's already 6 in the morning here in Texas. I mean, I'm probably just going to watch a few more slop videos and call it. I have slop. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. What is it? What is it about? Is it half an hour long? What is it about? Like, your definition of slop and my definition of slop might be completely different. I'm talking about just fucking guttural internet drama slop. Not like... what's going on here? No, I'm in the Discord. What is it? Did you drop it in the Discord? Let's see, New York Post. See, New York Post. Something. Who put this from the New York Post? Couple jailed after baby found in home with rotting goat carcass, dozens of animals. What is this? Who put this in here? Who is this? It just says H. South Carolina couple was arrested after police uncovered a shocking scene of filth inside their home when their 8-month-old was found living among a decomposing goat carcass and 47 unkept animals. Parents Kayla Renard and Nicholas Foley were taken into custody Monday after the state's Department of Social Services alerted authorities to nightmarish and unsanitary conditions inside the Honia Path residence. According to the Honia Path Police Department, police discovered numerous raccoons, rabbits, dogs, cats, and chickens inside the squalid home, which was littered with animal feces and waste. The rotting goat remains were found in a bathtub. Jesus. Just the amount of feces and ammonia, it was very, very difficult to breathe. When we were there were no bowls for water. It was absolutely disgusting and just really depressing for my staff and myself. It's just hard to see animals in that kind of condition. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Photos from inside the hellhole reveal multiple dogs confined to crates stacked on top of each other with maggots crawling in food bowls and trash strewn throughout the putrid residence. Police stated they had never encountered such a horrific living conditions in over 30 years of service. Just seeing the animals in that condition, it was evident that they've not been out of these crates for quite some time, noting that helpless pets wouldn't have survived much longer. Yeah, this is crazy. Who put this link in here? Even just the living conditions for any human, well, that's their choice. For the animals, it's not their choice. This one was tough, knowing there was an 8-month-old baby in there as well. And a fucking decomposing goat. Holy shit. The infant was also removed from the home and placed in the care of a relative. This crazy lady. This guy. The child is okay. The child is in pretty good condition for the unsanitary condition of the house. Okay. The Republican home will likely be deemed uninhabitable. The ransomed parents were each charged with unlawful conduct toward a child and ill treatment of animals. Damn. This is from the movie. Oh, yeah, this is, yeah.
Ja, herzlich willkommen, mein lieber Adolf, hier bei Krass. Ich grüße dich. Oh. Naja gut, dann sag ich mal, Feuer frei.
Mit meiner Person konfrontiert werden die Zuschauer unruhig. Sie versuchen mein Antlitz mit den Gesichtern der ihnen bekannten Hitler-Darsteller abzugleichen.
Oh, it's so crazy. They're trying to, they think he's an actor. They're basically getting punked right now or something.
Ich sehe ihre Verunsicherung, die ich mit schlichtem Blickkontakt in atemlose Stille überführe.
Ist das Teil der Nummer?
Also, nicht in der Länge.
Oh Gott, vielleicht hat er ein Blackout.
Eine Assistentin versuchte mir ein Zeichen zu geben, als hätte ich meinen Text vergessen. Mir war klar, dass in Anbetracht der scheinbaren Ereignislosigkeit
This is Conrad doing the voiceover here.
Der Dilettant Witzigmann zu schwitzen begann.
Leute, was soll das? Kann mir das einer erklären, was das soll? Macht der Typ noch was heute?
Wir müssen das machen, wir sind live. Michael, übernimm du wieder.
Nein, Michael, wir warten. Lass ihm Zeit.
Witzigmann wusste nicht.
So was this a movie or a TV show?
Um die Macht der Stille, sondern er fürchtete sie. Ich ließ die Luft in meine Lungen strömen und gab der Stille einen Klang. Da vorne steht jemand mit ein paar Papptafeln in der Hand. Darauf ein Text, den ich hier vorlesen soll. Der Text ist ein Witz. Genauer gesagt, ein Ausländerwitz. Aber ich frage Sie, warum über Ausländer Witze machen? Wenn man die Ratten im Haus hat, dann holt man nicht den Clown, dann holt man den Kammerjäger. Der Fernseher in meinem Hotel ist so dünn. Es ist ein Wunderwerk des menschlichen Erfindergeistes. Aber was läuft auf diesem Fernseher? Nur Schrott. Wenn die Zeiten schlecht sind, dann braucht das Volk leichte Unterhaltung, das verstehe ich. Nicht umsonst haben wir 1944 die Feuerzangenbowle rausgebracht. Aber wie schlimm müssen die Zeiten sein, dass man das Volk mit solch einem geistig minder bemittelten Schwachsinn bestraft?
Recht hat er.
In was für einem Land leben wir?
The guy goes, he's so right. He's so right. Holy shit, dude.
Kinderarmut, Altersarmut, Arbeitslosigkeit, die Geburtenraten so tief wie noch nie. Kein Wunder. Wer will in dieses Land schon ein Kind setzen? Wir rasen auf den Abgrund zu. Aber wir erkennen ihn nicht. Denn im Fernsehen, da sieht man nicht den Abgrund. Da sieht man eine Kochschau. Ich werde gegen dieses Fernsehen so lange weiter kämpfen, bis wir den Abgrund nicht nur erkennen, sondern bis wir ihn überwinden. Es ist 20:45 Uhr und ab jetzt wird zurückgesendet.
Okay, well, that's not the scene that I saw. scene that I saw, it was in a meme, and it was like right around the time when my fucking algo went fucking way right, way fucking right. But it was a meme. It was, well, I guess it wasn't a meme. It was a TV show or a movie or something like that. But it was essentially like Hitler riding around in a car around modern Germany, and like all these people were like, "Hey," but I had no context because I thought it was AI, and there was like German people and Arab people and all kinds of people just, Sieg Heiling and saying hello to Hitler and everything, and I was like, okay, this is just AI or whatever, but apparently this is a fucking show. Why Ireland and England? Let's see.
Girl earlier, who interviewee earlier, and she told young girl, and she told me that she was told by the counsellor at school or something that it is okay to self-harm. It's okay to cut yourself. Don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad about it. I was like, what?
Jesus God. Yeah. Well, it is, yeah. It's kind of, and I don't want to, there's a lot of theories over what's happening, but I don't think that the James Lindsay theory, whereby he says that his theory is basically that a lot of left-wingers got bored waiting for the proletariat to wake up to the joys of revolution and decided to skip them entirely and just start conditioning people in the classroom and teachers, like the amount of teachers coming out with this stuff. It's really frightening what's happened to the teaching profession.
Well, the teaching profession has collapsed in prestige. I mean, it collapses in prestige, possibly in part because it's been taken over by women. When things get taken over by women, they collapse in prestige. Then lower quality people go there. I mean, my RE teacher at school, he was from Limerick, Mr. Sutton. He had a master's degree from University College London, trained to be a Catholic priest in South Africa, fell in love with a Cape Coloured girl, came back, was an RE teacher, very clever guy, could have been a professor or whatever, but it was in teaching. People like that don't go to teaching anymore.
Yeah.
It's
well, why would you go into teaching? It's kind of unrewarding and yeah, I don't know. I understand that argument. Clearly, I couldn't possibly agree with it, considering how many women would be angry with me.
No, but that's not the fact that people are angry with you doesn't mean it's not an accurate interpretation of the situation.
No, absolutely, it is.
And equally, you could argue. I mean, I know you've a lot of feminist people, Posey Parker or whatever, that you've taken your side and so forth, and very good. But I suppose one could argue that women are more interested in harm avoidance and equality than men, and they're more socially conformist. They're more care about feelings and people, and they're more socially conformist. So couldn't you argue that the fact that it's got this far, that we can't even say to a deluded person, you are not the thing you say you are, is a consequence of this promotion of feelings, which is a female thing, above all else?
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely an argument to be made. And also, I do think that the particular form of harassment and bullying that comes out of social justice as a movement has a kind of feminine quality. It's very much being placed on the outside of the group, silencing,
excluded from the little gang.
Excluded from various little gangs, yeah. So it does have some certain female qualities. I always say the thing about this movement, and I mean the trans movement, the social justice movement as it goes into the trans issue, is that while it benefits men the most, it seems to be driven by a lot of women, and it's very disturbing that so many women are complicit in their own destruction.
You argue, and that's an interesting point, Graham, because couldn't you argue, let's go back to... one thing I was going to wonder, actually, was I wonder if, this period, the 60s to the whatever, that was a creative, presumably that happened in Ireland a bit later.
Yes, everything happened in Ireland a little bit later.
So the creative period started maybe in the 80s?
Maybe, yeah, absolutely. And then
I was going to say it, so, so, I mean, Conrad knows who this guy is, but there's this guy on Instagram, his name is Think About This. It's like think dot about dot this, or I think that's his name or something like that. But it's an Irish guy, and he's been doing the whole, going around finding crazy clips about immigration and then fucking stitching himself in and, saying like, what are we doing? What are we doing to our country? These people, they're not Irish. You just can't show up and be Irish, okay? If you want to show up here and be Nigerian, then that's fine, but you're not Irish, and you never will be. Like, he's one of these guys. But I've only been hearing about, like, what's been going on in Ireland relatively recently. It's probably only been maybe sometime in the past 3 to 6 months where Ireland even popped up on my radar. I've definitely been aware of, like, Germany, Sweden, the UK, obviously, Spain, too. But Ireland, like, I did not know things were going on in Ireland to that extent. And then I think it probably was like some Conor McGregor videos that I saw where he would just come out and be like, this isn't Ireland anymore. What's going on with our country? Like, he's making the rounds. He was at the White House, like a month ago or something like that. I didn't even know that fucking things were going on in Ireland like that. You heard of kneecap? No, it's that.
No, yeah, U2 and stuff like that. I guess U2 and all that type of thing was kind of Ireland's, entry into the kind of modern world in a weird way.
But then you've hit back by being more woke than the British. Is this some sort of attempt to outdo the British in morality?
I think you see the same thing happening in Scotland. It's a knee-jerk reaction against the UK. I remember once when there was British feminists trying to fight this stuff, a bunch of Irish lib fems, I believe the term is, or intersectional feminists, wrote this letter talking about how these British feminists were a disgrace and so on, and you literally see people saying, oh, you're being influenced by Brits, or you're being influenced by Yanks, or whatever it happens to be. And it's exactly what the Catholic Church used to do. The Catholic Church used to, priests used to regularly make sermons about trying to ignore the pernicious satanic influence of UK media, and
And I had this friend of mine.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos recently of these really small towns in Ireland. They're trying to move in essentially asylum seekers and migrants into some of these, like mom and pop hotels in these like really, really, really rural small towns. And you see like the whole town, it might be like fucking, like 100 people in the town. They're out there with like fucking basically like pitchforks and torches. And they're like, nah, send them back. No, turn around, send them back. They're not coming here. I've seen a lot of videos like that recently. Took loads of Ukrainian hotels and apartments, spread paper EU, while they got very high rental costs. And yeah. Pretty much too much already, not sure. Yeah. I mean, not for these small towns. I mean, you're talking about, like, imagine like there's a town of like a couple hundred people and you move in, 100 migrants, 100 the asylum seekers. That's already half the population of the town. You're moving in overnight, half the population of the town in migrants overnight, What do you think about those videos? I think they are fucking right-wing propaganda based on solely just meaning to influence fucking incels and fucking irrational nationalists to no. I mean, they're videos. I don't know what you want me to think. I think that there are. I obviously you can make propaganda out of some of these moments, but if it is the case that there's a town of a couple hundred people, and they show up with half that amount in migrants overnight, and they want to just put them there, and somebody records that, is it automatically right-wing propaganda? I mean, I don't even know anymore because who knows what's right-wing, but you ask the wrong person, and then fucking Bernie Sanders is right-wing all of a sudden. But whatever. I mean, like, I'm fine with immigration. I grew up in Miami. I speak 2 languages. Okay. I used to be a shit lib, dude. I voted for Obama twice. You know, like I'm not an unreasonable person. Like, relax, you know, if you think that I'm like some fucking like far right, you know, nationalist enthusiast or whatever. I mean, you're on Twitch, so you know, like I probably come across that depending on who you hang out with on Twitch, but that's not me. You know, can't even pick a fight with you. No, I try to be. That's the thing. You can't pick a fight with me. You guys can pick a fight with each other. All right. You guys can pick a fight with each other. See, you guys have it backwards. You think that I'm here for your entertainment. No. You're here for my entertainment. I stream as a hobby, okay? I maybe have fucking anywhere between 5 and 10 people in my chat across multiple different platforms whenever I do stream. And I just really enjoy watching you guys argue. To me, that is, like, that's why I stream. I stream to watch you guys argue. It's fucking amazing to me. It's hilarious. I love it. Being pro-Palestinian should not include pro-Hezbollah and pro-other terror, regressive groups, messaging. Yeah, I agree with that, Malibu. Yeah, being pro-Palestinian rights should not include pro-Hezbollah and pro-other. Yeah, but then if you ask somebody to condemn Hamas, they'll be like, don't you remember what, Hamas was funded by Israel? They're going to go into a million other things, but they won't ever condemn Hamas, you know. I'm a clown now, how the tables have turned. It's all right, dude. If you want to fuck it, look, I'm here. If you want to rip on me, by all means, go ahead. Okay, I'm here for that too. If you want to rip on me, let it rip, let it fly. I'm cool with it, man. If you wanna fucking call me a right-wing bigot, this is Twitch, dude. This is what Twitch is for. Twitch is literally the meme of the people on the blue side and the people on the red side, and then the guy in the middle, and the people on the blue side pushing the guy in the middle over to the right side, and then asking him why he's hanging out with the Nazis now. That's what Twitch is. That is what Twitch is, bro. E.D. Dutton. This is from I don't know who these people are. Can you share it? Yeah, just pop it in the Discord. As long as it's like, look, again, I don't want to watch a 30-minute video. Okay, this video is 9 minutes, so this fits right in that wheelhouse. If it's a fucking 5 to 10 minute video, I'm fine with it. 15's pushing it, but anything past 15, I'm not interested in. But yes, go ahead and just drop it in the Discord. This is Malibu's video. This is not mine. So, are you the guy in the middle? No, I mean, like, I'm a Republican. I voted for Trump twice. I'm the guy that's catching the guy in the middle. I'm picking him up and dusting him off and being like, hey, you okay, buddy? That's who I am. But the people in that meme on the red side are labeled as Nazis, essentially, when they're basically the people on the red are just a catch-all from everything between libertarian to Christian nationalist, basically. Nah, I'm not doing 1 hour. We'll do 1 hour another night. Just drop it in the Discord and remind me about it later. Definitely not doing 1 hour. This is Malibu's video.
University, and I went and stayed at his parents' place in Galway, and the mother was British, the father was European, and so they were when he turned up at the school, he had an English accent, and apparently there'd been some incident with some other boy, and they said the mother said, well, that other boy that said this is lying, and he said to the mother, who's English, no, Irish boys don't lie.
Yeah.
So but that's the thing though about the women being in, because it was in many ways it was the women, the church ladies, that were pushing the last system of dogma, where it gets to a point where your kid has to be adopted because he's a product of an affair or whatever.
Yeah. And then there were always willing accomplices at other times of women being stepped on. Like I always think of the women who helped force feed the suffragettes and the nuns who worked in the Magdalen laundries and so on. And I think there's a certain kind of feeling of pure goodness that motivates sadism sometimes, and I see that a lot in this movement. A very, very kind of you can almost see them feeling they're lit up by their own kind of intolerance of people like me, you know.
It's righteous anger. They have the right to hate you because you're evil.
Yes, and you know that's the other thing that I was constantly trying to warn people about with this movement. It was like, wait, you've got a movement that's full of people who are at the very least troubled, right? And you're telling them that feminists who want basic, protections for their sex hate them and want them to die. You know, what a ridiculously dangerous thing to say to a group of, already vulnerable people.
We are marginalised. I had this with my paper. You're not marginalised. You're in the newspapers all the time.
Yeah.
People can be sacked or cancelled, completely cancelled. I know a chap who he can't, no bookshop in the country, even though he's got a book with a major publisher, will allow him to have a book signing simply because they're concerned that transsexuals will turn up and protest because he has said that he agrees with you.
Really? Who was that?
Andrew Gold.
Andrew Gold, I know that name.
He's an interesting show, interesting guy. He's got a YouTube channel. I've just been on there.
Oh, Andrew, yeah, Heretics.
Yes.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, Andrew, of course. I know Andrew
so
well.
Because he said he agrees with that viewpoint, that's it. He can't book signings, no way.
Yeah.
So the idea that they're persecuted, no, they're not. They're lauded.
Yeah. It's like what other movement has achieved so much in such a short space of time, right? It's come from nowhere, and suddenly we have the whole of society is being fit around them
for the sake of about 0.5% of the society, and then plus those that happen to. It then creates this hysteria though, where you feel a bit weird and a bit of an outcast. How could you gain social status? Oh, you can assert that you're trans, even though you're not really. You just identify as it. I mean,
there's so many people who are like, again, in the early days when we began to talk about this issue, one of the things that was hard to get across to people is that we're not talking about transsexuals here. We're not talking about people who've had an operation. We're talking about people who say they're going to have an operation and never get around to it. We're talking about people who don't have dysphoria. We're talking about various different forms of people who've realized that it's a ticket. It's a very, very valuable ticket.
There's a correlation with narcissism. It's a way of making people bow down to you if they're prepared to say, black is white.
Yeah.
I'm so frightened of you, and I so accept your dominance over me that I'm prepared to say, black is white because it pleases you.
Absolutely, and not just that, but they're literally erasing words like mother and woman from, for instance, NHS documents. Like it's one thing to say black is white, but it's another thing to remove a word like mother from the English language, which connects us not just to our own mothers, but to every human being who's ever lived. It's an act of great violence to sever those words from us.
God created man and he created woman, and demigender and trans and rainbow.
A demigender. Yeah, no, that does make sense, I guess. Let's see. Let's watch a Jovan Bradley. That always gets people riled up. Where's a Jovan Bradley at? Jovan teaches this guest that the U.S. has always been racist. Here we go. Everybody loves this guy.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Yep.
All right, what's your name, age, and pronouns?
Hi, my name is Drake Chambers. I am 23 and...
Did you say Greg?
Drake.
Drake. Okay, Drake, you said 23, and then what were your pronouns?
For the sake of this, he, him.
For
Okay,
the sake of this, he,
outside
him.
of this? Fair enough, G.
Yeah, not really.
Oh, okay. I go by he, him everywhere, but fair enough. What are you here to debate about?
Mainly number 4, systemic racism is real.
Okay. Do you not believe in systemic racism?
No, I'm really thinking about who doesn't think it's real.
Oh, wait. So you do believe that it's real?
In the sense that does it exist currently in the United States? No, but most parts in the world, yes.
You think systemic racism doesn't exist in the U.S.?
Used to, but not anymore.
Okay. When did it end?
About mid 60s, early 70s.
Mid 60s, early.
You know what? Here's the thing. I've actually the other day I actually thought, because he's got like a phone number here you can call in. I actually thought I was gonna like call in maybe and debate him on something. You know, so his prompts that are here are: Trump is ruining America, trans women are women, bring Kilmore Abrego Garcia home, DEI is good, systemic racism is real, pro-choice, Trump is a traitor. I don't know if these were the prompts that he had on the day on the time that I was gonna try to call in. But I was going to call in. But the thing is, I was like, you know what? I'm not prepared. I would just be vibing. I would just be coming in to just fucking go in guns a-blazing and try to out woke him or something like that. Or out logic his woke or something. And I was like, you know what? No, that's not. He's already prepared for that kind of stuff. So if you're going to call into this guy's show, you need to come in prepared, bro. You need to come in prepared. The fact that, you know, like you said, it's not here anymore, the first thing that you should think to yourself is he's going to ask you, okay, well, when did it end? And the guy was like, what did he say?
Early 70s. Is this in the U.S.?
Used to, but not anymore.
Okay, when did it end?
About mid 60s, early 70s.
Mid 60s, early 70s.
So vague.
Systemic racism was over.
So vague.
So what was all the rioting in the 80s in LA when white cops were beating black people up for no reason? What was that all about?
That was really about centralized racism, not really systemic racism as a whole.
The cops wouldn't be a systemic system?
Not necessarily in that area, no. Just centralized racist system in that area, not necessarily whole systemic like, say, a state or a country.
Cops would be a systemic part of our country. Do you think, here, let me ask you a question. If I could prove to you that on a nationwide basis, police tend to be biased against black people, would you agree that systemic racism still exists?
Not necessarily systemic racism. Racism, yeah, but not systemic.
If an entire system is consistently employing people with biases, you wouldn't say that's a systemic problem?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
It's more
how would you define systemic racism?
A broader term would be either a state or a government body within a state or a country that continues to uphold oppressive views on people who are a different race than the people who hold said power.
Yeah, I would just disagree with that fully. I would just define systemic racism as one individual race group oppressing another individual race group, whether through outright or implicit or not systems. So basically systemically oppressing one group for the political, social, or economic gain of another group, which is definitely happening in the U.S.
What do you want, girl? Sorry, my dog just came in. That's an interesting way to look at it, but to me, systemic racism is, or should be, defined as something much more larger than small mini examples of real systemic racism.
I'm sorry, how would you determine whether something is happening on a systemic level?
Mainly a large groups or populations of people that all have similar experiences.
Okay.
But then systematic.
So
What are you doing?
if large groups of black people are having a similar experience of being oppressed by the criminal justice system, for example, wouldn't you call this systemic racism then?
Yes, but how are they being oppressed currently?
Sure. Have you ever heard of the Veil of Darkness study?
I've heard, but I never looked into it.
Okay, let me just walk you through it.
I thought I wanted to, but never did.
So Stanford decided to look at 95 million traffic stops across the US. What they did was they wanted to see, their essential thesis was, are black people targeted for traffic stops simply because they're black, right? They wanted to see if this was true or not. So what they did is they said, okay, let's look at pullover rates during the day. So as you know, and as I know, in most parts of the country, it becomes day and night at different times. So in the winter, nighttime tends to come earlier and the daytime tends to be shorter. So they said, let's take a time where people are on the road, where in some times of the year it's day and sometimes it's at night, and let's see what happens. And what they found is that during the day, when the sun is up, black people get pulled over 16 times more than white people. So it's 16 times higher rate of pullover. And at nighttime, when you can no longer see the color of the person driving the car, those rates even out. What would be the explanation for this if it was not for a system of implicit bias against black bodies?
I want to say it's literally systemic, more just racism as a whole. Not
But
really
you said in
systemic.
order to make it systemic, it would need to be a large group. Would analyzing 95 million traffic stops not tell us a large group, right? That's like 1/3 of the U.S. population in traffic stops.
Yeah, but by large, I mean either like a single country in itself. How much of that population is actually being targeted without justifiable reason?
What would the justifiable reason?
Not related to the specific color that they are being
What
targeted.
would be the justifiable reason for black people being pulled over in traffic stops more?
I had this conversation with my uncle who is black and some of my black coworkers. Here's the gist. A lot of people are automatically wary of black people because black people commit more crimes.
Well, they don't.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong to do that. I'm just saying that is one big reason why people do that.
So really quickly, when we're looking at especially traffic violations, black people don't commit more crimes. The only time you're going to see a bigger distribution of black people in crime is violent crime. Black people are arrested more. But that's not saying that they commit more crimes. It's saying they're arrested more for crimes. Black people are also falsely arrested more and exonerated more.
Yo, what's
but
up,
not
bro?
all traffic stops have to do with traffic violations. They can also deal with
Well, here's
warrants.
the beauty. Here's the beauty of the Veil of Darkness study. They accounted for that, and they took out all stops that led to a criminal charge. And do you know what happened? The rate stayed the same. It was still 16 times higher for black people, and that rate evened out at nighttime. So how do you account for this when they're not looking at stops where black people are committing offenses?
That's very interesting. I guess I want to know how to break that down there.
You got to come to these fucking things prepared, dude.
Here's another one I have for you. The United States Sentencing Commission, which analyzes basically every criminal sentencing in the United States, has found that black people receive prison sentences 13 times longer and harsher than their white counterparts. What would be the explanation for that? Because they have those numbers, even when we look at same type of crime, same type of offense, and same socioeconomic background. So what would
How
be the
many times have you
reason
committed the same crime?
they account for first-time offenders as well?
All right, so what's the breakdown of the black people who did the same crime multiple times, or the same crime only once?
No, it's
Does it have that
they're
statistic?
looking. You can take first-time offenders coming from the same socioeconomic background with zero criminal history, and we're still going to see a larger distribution of black people experiencing longer and harsher sentences, even when we account for all of those things. What would be the reason for this if not some type of inherent racism in our criminal justice system?
Of course, there's inherent racism in the criminal justice system, but
Hold on. Say that sentence one more
system
time. Wait. Say that sentence one more time, friend.
Of course, there's inherent racism due to the country's past, but to say that
wait.
the country as a whole is that
If
way,
you're
is that
saying,
way,
hold on,
it's
friend.
not true.
Friend, if you're saying that there is inherent racism within our criminal justice system, then Drake, you just described systemic racism. There is inherent racism baked into the system of criminal justice within our country. That's systemic racism.
Not in a way to where they're still making laws like Jim Crow.
Systemic racism isn't saying that there needs to be inherent laws on the books. It's saying that the systems have to use whatever tools at their disposal to oppress one racial group for the political, social, or economic benefit of another.
Because they bend and break their own codes of ethics and laws in order to impress people.
They do this all the time. What do you mean? The government breaks its own
Exactly.
ethics rules all the time.
Like, that's not really the system itself being racist. The people within the system trying to bring back those laws.
The people
even
within
though
the
those laws have
system
been
are what
abandoned.
makes the system. You can't have a system without people operating it. And I would
Yeah,
argue
but the
that a
system
system
itself
that
inherently
consistently
racist. It's the
allows
people
for...
inside of it.
Wait, really quickly. I would say that a system that consistently allows for racist people to be placed in seats of power is a racist system. Would you not agree with this? Like what?
Yes,
I would say if a system wasn't systemically racist, why would it allow for racist people to be put in charge?
Because it more has to do with corruption rather than inherently systemic racism.
Is it corruption if this was the way the system was designed to work?
The system wasn't designed to work like that. It was years and years of bending and mounting it to where it would just not really.
When America
mean
was
what it used to mean.
created, like let's just transport our minds back to 1776 for a second. There's poop in the roads from horses. Toilets aren't the way they are now. And unfortunately, Pokemon doesn't exist. Let's just transport our minds there for a second. When the founding fathers created this country, did they own slaves?
Yeah.
Did
because
they want
slavery
to?
was the norm.
Yeah. Did they make
But it's how they treated
any strides towards freeing the slaves?
Oh yeah, George Washington.
George Washington owned slaves until the day he died, and then passed those slaves on to his wife.
He freed 14 of them.
Cool. He still owned slaves until the day he died, and then passed them on to his wife. Good for him for freeing a couple of them.
The norm.
But I'm just going to throw this out there. Like, freeing a couple people doesn't absolve you from owning said people. If slavery
wasn't looked as a racial thing, it was more like a society norm.
No, it was
thing.
absolutely a racial thing. That's why in a lot of slave codes,
Back then, no, it
was
wasn't.
yes, it was. In slave codes, it was specifically written that the Negro would be the slave. It was in the laws in America that the slave would be Negro and nobody else would be slave. Yes, it was quite literally in the books.
I think you're misunderstanding. By racial, I mean like racial authority or racial oppression, the only slave they could get was Negro or black, because that was the African slave trade at the time.
Because we made laws saying that the only slaves we could own were Negroes. Were
Because
black.
they were the cheapest.
Because they were all that we could own.
Afford.
Not afford. Own. If it wasn't a racial thing, there would have been white slaves too, but there weren't.
Cannot come to
there weren't white slaves in the United States.
Cannot come to these debates unprepared, bro.
There were no.
Well, tell me.
I won't say no.
Technically, they were.
I won't say no, but there's like you're very rarely, if at all, gonna find a place that enslaved white people simply because they were white. Black people were enslaved simply because we were black.
Actually, that's a complete misunderstanding of slavery history.
It is not.
Black people weren't enslaved because they were black.
Yes, they were.
They were enslaved because they were vulnerable.
No, they weren't. No, it was because they were black. The initial creation of the black slave in like some of our earliest onsets of this in history.
He claimed that black drivers were stopped at a rate 16 times greater than that of white drivers during the day. Simply not true. Look, Chang, we've seen this guy before. He's one of my favorite, rage baiters to watch on stream because he says things sometimes that is just absolutely batshit crazy. The thing, I used to just watch him and think, okay, maybe he's making some good points here. I don't know much about this, so maybe I got to look into this. But then he said something that was ridiculous, and I remember Maida was here, and there was a few other people who were here. Casey, I think, might have been here. But we were all watching this video, and he was talking about this idea that what was it? It was something about drug use. It was like Native American. I think it was something like indigenous people or Native Americans don't on average use more drugs than white people or something like that. And then we literally, then I paused it right there because I was like, that sounds like a fucking, like you're claiming that as like a stat to back up your fucking point. But I mean, like, that it's so random for you to have said that, or seemingly, that it just sounds like you're pulling that out of your ass. And then we looked it up and it was completely false. And then people in the chat already knew it was false, but then they looked it up and even confirmed that it was false. And I was like, okay, well, if he will just say anything, then I guess it doesn't even matter. There's another creator, their name's Mary Chu, and all they go over is like queer slop. And in fact, like that's what they'll title like their stream as, like literally just like queer slop, review or whatever. I really enjoy the Mary Chu streams. I think Mary Chu is one of the only people that's making sense on the topic of LGBTQI plus stuff. Highly recommend it. I think I even have some videos queued up that we can watch. A lot of the videos that Mary Chu has is like super long. I think I have some that are short. But even Mary Chu fucking hates this guy because of the same reason. This guy literally just pulls shit out of his ass sometimes. I'm not saying he's wrong about everything, and I'm not saying he's bad at debate, and I'm not saying he doesn't make good points. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying there's some times that he will literally reach into his asshole and pull something out for the sake of winning. For the sake of winning, he will just say things and hope that you don't push back on it at all, Mary Chu, yeah, it's one word, the Mary Chu, exactly like that, Marychu, but it's the Mary Chu. Mary Chu is like, I don't think Mary Chu goes by non-binary. I think androgynous is more androgyne or androgynous or something like that. Might be more of. I want to talk to Mary Chu at some point because, like I said, I think they're the only person that's actually speaking fucking any sense about how to deal with the discourse involving trans bathrooms, trans sports, kink at Pride, fucking, you know, like anything involving gay or trans people or discourse or rhetoric or whatever. Mary Chu is the only person fucking actually hitting the nail on the fucking on the head. Now, you know, look, it's, you know, Mary Chu is not some fucking base right wing blonde blue eyed Chad chiseled jaw fucking you know, alt right incel dude. Okay, that's not who Mary Chu is. Mary Chu is like a British artist who is, you know, not gender conforming and doesn't hold any right-wing views or does not have a right-wing audience at all. But they're the only person I've seen making any sense on like the entire topic on average as a whole. But even Mary Chu hates this guy so much because he does this kind of thing. He'll make great points and he might even be good in his tactics and optics, but then but when he knows that he can just say something, he'll just say it. He will reach into his asshole and pull out something that makes absolutely no sense, and he will fucking shove it in your face and hope that you don't push back because it sounds good. Everything he was saying before that was good, so why wouldn't this be good, you know? He just makes shit up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not saying he always does, but the fact that you do it at all is just not a good look, especially when you run a debate platform on YouTube, you know, and TikTok or whatever the fuck he's at.
Done by the Greeks under, I want to say it was Aristotle who wrote that black people were to be subservient to white people because of the sun, because the sun cooked their brains to the point where black bodies were inferior to white bodies. Everywhere that has had black slaves has justified it in the means of black people being inferior. You're not really going to find any examples of white people being enslaved simply because they're white. You might find examples of them being enslaved because they were another type of culture, but typically those were enslavements by other white people.
So the Ottomans, the Turkish, Africans, are they white people?
The Turks? I don't know. I'd probably call Turkish people. I'd probably say Turkish people are mostly white. Yeah. Yeah, I would look
Turkish
at
people are mostly white.
Pictures of a Turkish person. Yeah, I'd say that's a white man. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm looking at pictures of Turkish people, and I'd say, yeah, that's a white man. I can only imagine Conrad's head exploding right now. That's crazy, bro.
Islamic rule over
absolutely.
The Ottoman Empire and Turkey, they owned white slaves because the fact they were white.
Maybe on average compared to the rest of the Middle East, yeah. Maybe Turkey is relatively like a quote white country or whatever. I mean, Hassan, he's from there, right?
And Christian.
Like Hassan is definitely like white passing, I'd imagine. Unless I'm wrong, unless you guys think like Hassan is not white passing.
They saw them as
no, they enslaved them because they were Christian. They enslaved more than just white
Muslim
people.
Greeks, yeah.
I'd say that's a white man for sure. But yeah. Like, again, when you're looking at these things, you're going to see enslavement of more than just white bodies. So, for instance, Egyptians took their own people as slaves, right? They weren't enslaving someone simply because that person was, right? We're going to see this in Islamic countries too. We're going to see this in African countries where they took their own people as slaves. So the slavery, right? So the slavery of the transatlantic slave trade, completely different, because the transatlantic slave trade specifically says the Negro body is...
That is a progressive take. That is probably the most progressive thing I've ever heard Conrad say, bro. Turkey is Europe. The Arab slave trade in the Ottoman Empire explicitly targeted whites, particularly white women, as they were highly desired as sex slaves. Ah, interesting.
Is the slave. In fact, it was illegal to make white people slaves. Black people, though, were bought and sold as property. And my whole premise of this is you said, well, the system wasn't designed this way, but it was. When America was formed, it was formed under the foundational understanding that black bodies were property. We were not included in the Bill of Rights. We were not included in the Declaration of Independence. We were not included in these things. So yes, the country has always been built off of Black oppression. And it still is, and it still operates this way. So when you say, well, systemic racism can't exist, or I won't say can't exist, systemic racism, the system wasn't built this way, I would say it absolutely was built this way.
Then that's just a complete misunderstanding on how this country came to be, because it wasn't necessarily built by Black people. It was built by those who saw a means to an end of British slavery and colonialism.
The only reason why America was prosperous, I need you to understand something, Drake. The only reason American was prosperous is because it utilized free labor at its start. It's the only reason we were able to become an economic powerhouse is because we utilized free labor. The only reason the South was able to... What did you say?
Slavery wasn't even that viable. In the Civil War, people were still fighting for slavery. Slavery itself wasn't even that helpful towards the economy
Yes,
of
it was.
the United States. It was
Yes,
not.
it was, friend.
That's actually a misconception.
It is not.
It was not that viable at all.
It was.
Of course, slave labor itself, you would think it is, but reality at such a large scale of this country, it really didn't help.
Yes, it did. Like, I don't even know how to have this conversation. The South was quite literally fighting to keep slavery because it was so economically beneficial for them. They had an entire workforce. What was the major export of the South in the 1800s?
It was cotton.
Mm-hmm. And the United States produced, if my numbers are correct, which they are, 75% of the world's cotton, utilizing slave labor. That's incredibly economically beneficial.
Majority of farms used their own labor, not slave labor, because slaves were expensive for a lot of people in the South.
The majority of cotton farms use slave labor.
Nope. The majority of cotton farms do not use slave labor.
Yes,
Only
they
the
did.
bigger, richer ones use slave labor.
Nope. The majority of them use slave labor. Here, I'll pull the number for you. Hold on. Here we go. By 1860, 75 to 80% of all cotton produced in the United States came from farms that use slave labor. Now, I don't know about you, but I learned in math that 75 to 80% is a majority. So we were producing 75% of the world's cotton, and 80% of that production was done via slave labor. So yes, the United States was built off of the backs of Black oppression and systemic racism. That's how the country was built. So the country is going to always default to that. That being said, someone did pay to move on, so I'm going to move on. You have a good rest of your day.
You too.
This guy, dude. I had another one. Let me see. This is a quick one. I have a couple quick ones from him. Is the other guy only talking about cotton farms or cotton farms overall? I'm not sure. I think the guy came really unprepared to this. He probably just, came in on a vibe, basically. BS slaves were cheap? Yeah. It was. This stuff is killing me. Well, I mean, look, I'm not even going to be... I've been, we're streaming here almost 3 hours. It's like 7 in the morning. I'm not going to be on much longer here anyway, so... We're just kind of winding down right now. This guy, though, I love it because this guy's like ultimate rage bait. I mean, the thing is, like, I like watching it because I kind of want to see what crazy stuff he'll say. I mean, you know, the Native American drug correlation that he made to me was just so like it just seemed like the kind of stat that people just don't know off the top of their head. And this guy does seem like really well prepared to have a lot of these conversations, but that one time I was like, you know what? It's not, you just don't just know that off the top of your head, okay? And it turns out he couldn't have because it was wrong. There's no way he could have known it because it's not true. So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, well, how far else is he willing to go to fucking, you know, own the Chuds or fucking, you know, punch the Nazis or whatever? So that's why I watch this guy. I don't watch him for, you know, it's pure entertainment, obviously, but I want to see what he's going to say, you know? You get several saves for the price of a count? Yeah. He's getting away with murder in these debates. Yeah, well, that's because a lot of these people that call in, they're just calling in off a vibe. They're like, oh, you know what? I watched Destiny a few times. You know, I could probably do some online debates, bro. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and I look, I've done a few online debates here and there. I never thought that I could fucking, like, the only debate I ever really prepared for was the one that I had with Casey for sex work. And I really prepared for that one. Other ones, you know, I was either half prepared and feeling out the rest or whatever, but I would never just reach it to my ass and pull something out that was knowingly false. I would just rather say I don't know. Or I would rather say I lose, you know, than fucking just outright lie about something.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Yeah. Hi, I'm a fan, but I'm going to debate you on one.
Well, do you agree with one?
No, I disagree.
You're a fan of mine, but you disagree with number one.
Yeah, so earlier a guest was... Okay, people in the chat told me to call in.
Uh-huh.
So there's some people who use self-ID, and they're not like real trans.
Uh-oh.
There's some people that you... Okay, can I just get your name, age, and pronouns first?
Yeah, my name is Ray. I'm she, her, trans.
Ray, she, her, trans. Okay, but what was your age?
That wasn't an age. Yeah.
Oh, I'm 28.
Okay, 28. And you think there are some people that use self-ID that aren't actually trans?
To be clear,
Yeah, so
Civil
firstly,
War.
in prison,
Well,
there's some news articles.
I thought that I did think that at first, you know, like there is like so this person that Joven is streaming with, I don't know their name, but they're part of this channel called The Line. Literally just The Line, Line. And, you know, Matt Dillahunty's on that channel. That's the guy that's like, you know, what is it? Secular humanism, that guy, the bald guy with the glasses or whatever. He actually famously got into he debated Andrew Wilson at DebateCon 2023, and that's when he rage quit because Andrew Wilson fucking came in guns a-blazing about, you know, all kinds of trans stuff or whatever. But there's other people too that are involved in that channel called The Line. But that person that Joven's with right now is part of that channel. Joven's been like also going on to that to The Line as well to debate people. So I assume this is like either that person joining Joven or this is The Line kind of thing. But sometimes, very rarely, in very rare cases, do you get... Yeah, we watched a bunch of the map back in the day. Yeah, I was at that DebateCon, actually. That's where I met Chud Logic over there. And Pixie, Pixie, infamously known for getting into the current lawsuit with Destiny now. I met her there. She was actually really nice. Not So Erudite, I met, and a few other people. But whatever. So... sometimes you'll get one of these callers that call in that, you know, are like on their side basically, but they disagree with them, and it turns into like a little mini civil war. However, you have to like kind of like, you know, sometimes it's a troll, right? Sometimes it's just somebody pretending to be trans or whatever. But lots of Destiny groupies. Yeah. The GGG harem. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry you had to meet Chud Logic. Yeah. No, Chud was cool. We hung out. Chud and I hung out at the. Well, I watched Chud's debate. I forget the guy who he debated, but he basically destroyed that guy. The guy the guy was making no sense. The topic was has the left gone too far, And Chud didn't really need to even do much to fucking destroy that guy, because the guy was basically willing to say the craziest things about like Hassan not being representative of the left or whatever. He was just saying ridiculous stuff. He didn't, Chud destroyed in that debate. But I hung out with Chud at the Progressive Victor Party afterwards, which was super fun. And that's where I met Not So Erudite and Pixie, and Destiny was there. Destiny was there. Actually, Destiny had just left after I got in there. But I met a bunch of people at that party, but I met Chud. Yeah, I met Chud there, and I actually talked to Chud today. We talked about the grooming gang stuff. Actually, I can play that. I'll tell you what. We'll watch this. This is only like 9 or 10 minutes, and then I'll put on the conversation I had with Chud earlier today. We talked about basically like the same stuff I was talking to Zen and Casey about like a week ago. I just basically wanted like a Brit Bonger's take on some of the more surface level knee jerk kind of, in the headlines portions of the, Rotherham discourse basically. So we talked for like maybe 10 or 15 minutes. How's the Sex Pest lawsuit going? From what I understand, Pixie's case is getting weaker and weaker. I think from what I hear, this is from what I remember Destiny saying. I think Pixie's lawyers have been taking actions that are very atypical of these kinds of cases, and it's put their case in a very, in a predicament where I think Destiny feels pretty confident some of this might get dismissed. I don't know. So we'll see, but it's still going. People are still talking about it. There's new court documents coming out every couple of days that they read on. Even Destiny's been going over it. But most of the orbiters or previously formerly known as orbiters have been going over some of these court docs that have been coming out. But it looks like it looks like her case isn't as strong as it originally was. I'm not saying he didn't do it, but you got to make a case for it. I don't know if she actually has the kind of, substance behind the argument there. We taking Destiny's word on this? We don't have to. The court documents are out there. Destiny goes over the court documents on his stream, and then other people go over the court documents on their streams as well. So, we don't have to take his word. It's just that's the documents. The documents are there. If you have a legal background, you might be able to put more pieces together than I can, but it just sounds like Pixie's case isn't it's getting weaker by the day, essentially sounding, Again, I'm not saying he didn't do anything. I'm not saying he's not guilty or whatever, or liable, but there might be some things that Pixie's lawyers did that put the case in a tight spot. So discussing grooming gangs, it is wise that you do some research about the trafficking and grooming method called Loverboy. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's not a thing. So when I talked to Chud Logic about it, I got his takes about it. I wasn't giving any opinions on it. It wasn't a debate. I was just asking him a couple questions about it because he's British, right? So he lives over there. I wanted to get straight from the cow's udder some British take on what it's like to be over there, to be around the discourse, any familiarity with the history of this whole thing. I sent him a super chat. I was like, hey, do you mind if we talk for a bit? And he's like, yeah, sure. So we talked for like, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes about it. I'll play that next. It's pretty quick. It's not very long. What did he say? Casey said Chud Logs is bonking. Well, I'll play it. You guys will hear. It's on his so Chud has two channels, his main channel and then a channel called Chud Logic Noir. And that's basically where he does like all his gaming. He was actually doing gaming during, when I asked him about it. And he took a break and just, talked to me for a little bit. So I'll play it. I'll play it in a little bit here. Actually, fuck it. I'll just play it right now. Let me see. Where are we at? Yeah. What?
Dude, this is or senior people.
And
Oh my god, dude. Back hyper focused on, and there are other
yeah, well, so and my friend, different reasons, but one of them kind of snowballed into.
Right, Legatlanius.
Yeah, here we go.
It's been a while. I'm calling you now. Hello.
As a person covering this, I encourage you to research it. Yeah, I'm not covering it though. That's the thing. I'm not covering it. I don't even know how it came up. Like when Casey and I and Zen and I were talking about it, I don't even remember how it came up. I don't even remember what Casey and I were talking about to begin with. Like I don't even remember how the whole conversation started. I think I rated him and I jumped into his stream, or I jumped into his Discord. I rated him, I jumped to his Discord and just was like picking his brain about something like I normally do, like some of the, like these rabbit hole topics that we usually go down. But it snowballed into whatever the grooming gang stuff was. And I don't remember even how it started, what it was. I don't claim to know anything about it. I don't claim to cover it, anything like that. Maybe one day we'll do a deep dive on it, but I mean, it's just not something that I know much about other than like what the fucking, what the headlines are basically. Talking about the difference between nations topic and how people behave and live kind of thing, right? Are you talking to me, Conrad, or I told you that Casey doesn't believe in it, so you remember that? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Yeah, Conrad hit the nail on the head on that one. Yeah, I remember. So it got brought up because Conrad told me that he had told Casey about it and that Casey didn't believe him. All right. That's how it was. So I remember asking Casey, I was like, so do you just not believe that this happened, basically? Or, and that's how the whole thing started. So, yeah, Conrad's right there. Talking about dating, relationships, patriarchy. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we'll check that on another stream. I'm not going to do that tonight, or this morning. But this is the conversation I had with Chud. It's very surface level. It's like only like 10 or 15 minutes, and I just asked him a couple knee-jerk surface level questions about this stuff to get a British person's perspective on it.
Oh, how's it going, mate?
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, I'm great. Can't complain. Been a while.
Yeah. I've been busy, man. I have IRL stuff, non-internet stuff between my job and
busy gargling Trump's balls, probably.
He's been stuffing them down our throats for a couple months now. I mean, we're getting used to the taste.
So you want to know about Muslim rapists?
Yeah. Well, so I don't even know how we got on this conversation the other day, but suffice to say, I was in a call with a friend of mine who's like let's call him a Palestinian enjoyer, and I don't know, like the topic of Islam and everything kind of snowballed into Rotherham and a lot of the discourse surrounding the past 10 years of what's been going on, or what appears to have been going on. And one of the topics that came up is this idea that the law enforcement was not essentially pursuing any kind of action for many different reasons, but one of the reasons happened to have been the idea that there would have been some kind of backlash or retaliation being perceived as being racist or whatever. And my friend and another person who joined the call, who was also a Palestinian enjoyer, basically, were pushing back on that and saying that over the course of 10 years, that definitely never happened. And I was wondering, I don't need data points or peer-reviewed studies. Just from a knee-jerk bonger perspective, does it sound crazy to say that law enforcement in the UK, did have there was this idea that there could be some retaliation or backlash had they pursued some of this stuff?
I think the answer from my perspective is that there was some sort of like racial tension concern, and there were some people who didn't act because they were concerned it would inflame some sort of tension, and maybe there were some negative outcomes off the back of that. But it is hyper focused on, and there are other reasons that it went the way it did. Like, for example, there was a perception, like it's also like a class issue as well, because some of these young girls were seen as sluts by the police, to put it very plainly. And so they thought that, well, maybe they're into it. Oh, they're knocking about with all these fellas. They're into it. They love it, etc. So there was also like a kind of class misogyny type thing too. Like, the basic point is, yes, it's true. It's not true to say there wasn't any sort of racial aspect to it. There was. But there were other a multitude of reasons that it happened or wasn't investigated or dealt with properly. Race is one component of that in some cases. But there's other, I would argue, more compelling reasons as to why things weren't dealt with correctly.
Okay. Do you mind if I add? Yeah. Do you mind if I add one of those buddies that I was talking about here real quick? I was gonna at this point I was gonna add Casey here because Casey was on and I was DMing him like, hey, do you want to jump on with Chud? But my boomer ass couldn't figure out how to do it, so we just said fuck it. Messed up by making an individualistic systemic thing that didn't pursue each such case because there's by Pakistani riots they expected because entire communities of families would be indicted, and that will in turn lead to the worst thing ever: white supremacy. Okay, it's nowhere because that is not what the data says. Or in other words, black debate. Okay, all right, quick, just so you can kind of absorb some of this info.
I mean, sure. I mean, fine. I'm not looking for a debate right now. That's the only thing.
No, it's not a debate. I just wanted to basically hear.
Yeah, sure. For a minute, why not?
Okay. Okay. So all right. So this idea that, I mean, that there were many. I mean, like, for one of the things I was reading was that there was also this idea of incompetence, like or laziness. Like some cops might have just not pursued it because that was the culture in that precinct, or maybe because someone might have been on year 19 of a 20-year career and so close to their pension that they weren't trying to rock the boat. Like, there was a lot of different reasons that people were coming up with from articles that I read, Reddit slop that I found, all kinds of stuff. So, but this idea that they're, if an officer went out there and said, I'm going to go pursue your attacker, and I don't care that they're Bengali or Pakistani or whatever, I don't care about that. I don't care. I'm just going to do what's right. This idea, it's not impossible to think that some of these cops might have been afraid for their reputation, given any kind of response.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there was definitely a
relax.
lack of duty or something like that, right? Like, there's obviously some coppers who are just a bit lazy, and it's like, you hear this story of this like young girl, she's knocking about like this. I can easily imagine a situation. You got a young girl, you think she's like some slut because you've got a very dim view of like working class people. It's Muslim. There's some Muslim guys that are doing it. They've got some sort of like community aspect. You're worried about inflaming that. It all just collects into this big ball of like not wanting to meaningfully deal with it because there's these various issues and concerns that are a part of it. It's not like a straightforward, clear-cut case in your mind. So you're not really like meaningfully pursuing or chasing down the opportunity to actually secure prosecutions for this. Another thing as well is the actual standards of prosecution at the time meant that victims' testimony was not as strong, and so some cases did get kind of pushed through to maybe be prosecuted, but the standards were so high for prosecuting a rape case that the testimony was not considered adequate. So at some point they changed the rules and made it so the testimony in like cases such as this were more substantive to be able to back up like a prosecution. So there's other aspects at the higher end beyond rank and file cops that also influence what happened too.
Was there any idea that those rules were kind of, the idea that them being changed, was that process already in flight before this whole thing got exposed, or did it happen like halfway through it in response to it, or? If you had asked Casey when entire families and communities were directly involved in this, from passing around the girls to like hiding the brother and the father does this, why did they do this? What did they think about these girls and the British people? I think you'd have had Casey on a chokehold. Well, yeah, but I mean, I just don't know enough to bring up some of these points. Like, why did they do it? The people who did this, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna give this to Casey too. He'll go over what Chud says too. I imagine this discourse is not over. Don't expect me to be the hero that saves Rotherham here, but I imagine we'll talk about it again at some point.
I think that when more senior people within like the Crown Prosecution Service got wind that there were problems with this, I think at that point they decided to make changes to the perceived quality of that testimony in order to help secure more prosecutions.
Gotcha.
And this is all off the top of my head, based on having read a bit about it.
No, that's exactly what I want. Just knee-jerk stuff here. Another thing that came up was this idea that I think depending on what you read, there's, I think the UK government came out with a study. You could read The Guardian, obviously. You can read all kinds of sources and get different numbers here. But, I think the number that people kind of settled on. This one I was particularly interested in because I remember, like, when we were talking about this, we came across, articles and studies that said that there was up to possibly like 1,400 victims involved here. I even saw some that said 1,500. But I remember Casey, maybe Zen. I'm not sure if Zen was here at that point, but I remember them like flat out rejecting the idea that the number was that high. So I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure Chud says, yeah, I think it's like ballpark around there. In terms of number of victims over the course of a decade is somewhere around 1,400. Does that sound right to you? Does that sound high to you? Does that sound like a right-wing conspiracy or?
1,400.
I mean, obviously, there's like 1,400 victims among young boys and girls. I know that there's like there's all kinds of layers to it. Like, for example, I think there's a big portion of those having happened from not necessarily little Lisa skipping down the street and getting accosted by some brown men, but more like orphanages and caretaker homes and things like that, where there was just unfortunate situations, and it wasn't like it wasn't like out of the movies essentially for every case. But the number I think is around 1,400.
1,400 lines up, I think, with stuff that I've seen about this. That sounds right. And also, that's another point as well, is the reason the coppers might have had like a dim view with some of these girls is because they were like tearaways or in foster care or something like that. So there was like a very negative perception of them as being like, troublemakers who would be up for that sort of thing anyway. So, yeah. But yeah, that's 1,400 I think sounds right, but again, that's straight off the top of my head.
Okay. I think the last thing, one of the things that came up, obviously like there's a lot of right-wing discourse and impact over a long time given this whole thing. But, how much of it is overblown and how much of it is a reasonable concern? How much is, I mean, when you're looking at the next, 10 years in the coming British future, is grooming gang discourse going to slowly die down? Is it only going to get worse? Is the right out of control over there? Is it so overblown in everywhere but the UK that it's just not a big deal over there and we're just like making a mountain out of a molehill? Or
I think that the issues that are at the root of the situation not being dealt with properly are, in terms of the legal issues and whatnot, and the police not caring and not dealing with it correctly, I think are largely resolved beyond like bad apples not wanting to deal with something or something like that. I'd be surprised if Labour, because they're obviously worried about losing vote share to reform, so they're quite keen to get on top of this kind of stuff. There's a previous government inquiry that was done that had some recommendations for changes. Some of those still haven't been implemented. So if they get implemented, changes are made. I don't know. I can't imagine this would be based on what's happening now, an issue in 10 years' time. But then if, the argument from the right would be, well, we're importing more Muslims, so inevitably there's going to be more of these gangs. And so it's going to be an issue. But I don't really see... I would struggle to see how, like, a Muslim rape gang would be able to, like, operate with impunity without legal consequence now, because there's such a focus on it. And, yeah, something like that.
Right. Well, I mean, I think we'll probably see over the course of years reform, try to keep this at the forefront of people's minds. Because, I mean, how much political power do you think the Conservatives or the Tories will lose to reform over, I don't know, even until the next election? I mean, are we looking at something that might actually turn into something, or?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Conservative Party are fucked at the moment, and I think that there'll be some sort of deal to be had between them, some sort of merge or something. I don't know. But at the moment, people are so incensed by the fact that they fucked up immigration so badly that they, that they've all gone to, like, if you're a Conservative voter, it's likely one of your concerns is immigration. It increased fourfold under the Conservatives, and Reform is saying, that's bad, we're going to fix that. So naturally, they're going to, be inclined to move towards reform.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, immigration, I think the biggest political football, having scored a touchdown in 10 years, is Brexit, at least in terms of morale and sentiment. And to have completely taken the momentum that Brexit gave you and just throw it in the trash is the biggest fumble in political history, possibly in the world, but definitely in the UK. I don't know how they managed to do that. And then add on Boris with the COVID stuff, and him, what was he, throwing parties and getting drunk and just basically, rules for thee, not for me kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Not saying that's not the whole reason why he got kicked out, but that certainly left that tainted his reputation, I imagine.
Yeah.
Plus years of unchecked immigration with just boats and boats and boats just arriving on your shores. How did they fuck that up so bad?
But by the way, someone is saying that apparently it was 1,400 in Rotherham alone, but I don't know the stats off the top of my head, so that could be just one place. But
yeah.
Anyway, cool. Was there anything else? Is that other person joining, this Palestinian person, or not?
No. I just sent him an invite, but I don't know if it worked. My boomer tech skills, I don't think they kicked in yet, so it's all good. I mean, I'll just play this back for him. We'll go. I hang out in the graveyard that is the lower orbit Twitch poll that still exists from time to time.
Oh my god!
And some of my friends, we still dish it out from up on some of these topics. So I'll just replay the VOD, and we'll probably just have a conversation. About it.
Obviously I'm not an expert on the matter, right? So I'm just live here, and I've read a few things about it. I think Lola Box has probably done the most. If you want like a more lefty perspective that's reasonable. Well, I've not actually watched his coverage, so I can't say that. But there's people out there who have done more investigation and research into it, and can give a better insight probably. So, yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, brother. I'll let you get back to it, man.
No worries. Good to chat. Thanks for hopping on.
Yep. I'll see you later.
Catch you later. Bye bye.
Yeah. I was getting roasted in the chat. They were like, "Who the fuck is this tard?" But I know his chat is infamous for just giving people a bit of a hard time. But I mean, I've been in the Chud community, I guess, for like a couple years now, so I'm used to it.
You guys are so mean. I've met Leggett Lanius. We met at DebateCon 2023.
Yeah.
Why were people getting so mad? Sorry, guys. Sorry that the Doom got distracted for 10 minutes.
Yeah. So that was it. Like I said, quick convo. Just wanted to, get a Brit's perspective on this whole thing. Chud's right. You mean like those? I think what you're talking about is the super chat that came in that he was reading. Yeah, it was somebody in his chat was saying that. I think they actually said Yorkshire in the chat. Which I don't know, maybe that's part of Rotherham. I don't know. Who's the left tard he's mentioning that will be interesting to watch? Oh, Lonerbox. You never seen Lonerbox before? Lonerbox is a pretty big creator. he streams. He's probably got like 1,000, anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500 in his streams. Ever since October 7th, he blew up because he's been kind of like this go-to source for all things history of Israel Palestine. So that's who he was talking about. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, it was just a quick conversation, something simple. He's the only bonger that I know, really. Do I know any other bongers? Do we know any bongers? I don't know that I know. I think he's the only British person I know, maybe. Kind of dead scene on the right? Yeah. Whatever, that'll just be something I use to kind of, use as a jumping off point to maybe possibly continue that conversation with Casey again. I don't even know that I'm excited to even have that conversation again. I don't even think Casey is, honestly. It was exhausting having that conversation. It's certainly not going to happen today. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope that if I do talk to Casey this weekend, it's about a million other things and not this fucking topic. I could care less about opening up this can of worms again, but at least I have this here to kind of, use as a jumping off point, essentially. Because even if I do talk about this anymore, I need to know more about it, right? I need to know way more about it. Swallowing the red pill on this. How many of these, let's say, 14, 15-year-old girls in foster care or orphanage were with single mothers? How many of them were actually consenting to go out with these old and young Pakistani men, at least in the start, and then were passed around, drugged, etc.? We're going to go deep. That'll be interesting. Yeah. Casey's a good target for can of worms talk. Yeah. I enjoy it. Well, Casey's the only person that's willing to entertain my thought experiments. So I do appreciate that from him. Let's see. Yeah, Casey's. I mean, NOK does too. NOK is really good, and NOK and I have had a million conversations about all kinds of random shit. So NOK is really good at this too. Even Gorp. I haven't talked to Gorp in a really long time, but I remember when I first met Gorp, we had a few conversations and we had some of these, back and forth thought experiment things. But I mean, like, the best people that I've talked to about this kind of stuff has been Casey, NOK, Mida, Turbo, even Turbo. Turbo's been fun to talk to about. Salty's been really cool to talk to. Willing to engage in my fucking bullshit. Tiger Girl. I mean, I hate saying his name, but fucking PPG. Even PPG was, when PPG wasn't a toxic, lying fucking asshole. Yeah, he was even he would even entertain some of this stuff from time to time. Gorp thinks he's to the right of Casey, but I think he's more lib than Casey. Interesting. Oh, interesting. That I did not see coming. Actually, Chud's streaming right now. What's he talking about?
The kind of brief introduction to this person. And a little while ago...
somebody named Saberspark. New video on Saberspark allegations. Gorp is smart. Yeah, Gorp is smart. I will say this. I think Gorp can be a little arrogant sometimes, but that's not the worst thing. That's not the worst thing. I'd rather talk to somebody who's arrogant than somebody like PPG who's just a fucking liar. But also Gorp is super young. So I remember when I was Gorp's age too, I was probably, kind of arrogant. Now, I'm not saying Gorp's an asshole. I'm just saying, like, as an older man, right? I can assess the world. I can assess people, right? I remember what it was like to be in my 20s, thinking that I knew everything on the planet and I was the smartest motherfucker alive. Definitely was not the case, but I thought I was, you know? And that was definitely, like, massive arrogance on my part. So, like, I can see, like, a little bit of that kind of version of myself in him, but Gorp is super smart and fun to talk to, so it doesn't matter. I mean, you know. Who's Tiger Girl? Tiger Girl is somebody, not a streamer, but she hung around. You know, if you were around during the times when we would all like get together for like the Turbo PPG boss, myself, Casey, and okay, like, you know, when we were all mixing it up, basically like around the time of the boss, we would all get together. But Tiger Girl's somebody who was particularly hanging around Turbo stream. And was involved in a lot of like Discord conversations. There's, you know, I also say like a lot of these conversations that we had weren't even on stream. You know, sometimes we just had them. Sometimes we were just being in the Discord talking to each other outside of stream. But Tiger Girl is, you know, somebody that just kind of hung around. I mean, she debated and everything, or at least, you know, weighed in on a bunch of stuff. But I don't think Tiger Girl streams. The only person I think that streams that was female, I think, might have been Ophelia. Which I don't remember if you guys knew about the whole Ophelia thing, but that was like the first major drama with PPG that I remember. He's probably been involved with more, but he basically just fucking harassed the shit out of fucking Ophelia to no end. It was like I wasn't even involved in it, and I felt uncomfortable. That's how fucked up it was. And then you know, PPG was claiming that somebody hacked his account. He's such a liar. He was saying like he said all this horrible stuff to Ophelia, and then when he got confronted on it, he said it wasn't him. Somebody hacked his account. He literally thinks you're trash because that's why he lies to you. He has so little regard for you that he'll just throw the most bullshit lie out there, and he'll fucking die on that fucking hill. You know. I skipped the panel era. Yeah. This was definitely more during the panel era. You know, a lot of us were doing debates on the boss's channel, and but even when we weren't doing debates on the boss's channel, like it would be like me, Turbo, PPG, NOK, Casey, Salty, Tiger Girl, Ophelia, Zen would be there too. And we would just do like endless fucking it would just be like a wild west debate politics fucking perversion, perverted debate bro shit, you know. Arrogance is his character he plays sometimes. I don't know. He's very open-minded. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's a character, you know. Maybe it's a character. I don't know for Gorp, but you know, it's something I detected. You know, I remember what it was. Gorp is like 22. You know, Gorp is super young. I'm a generation older than Gorp, so I remember what it's like to be that age. You know, and when I was Gorp's age, I definitely thought I knew everything. I definitely thought that fucking I was the smartest person in the room and all that. And now, you know, 20 years later, I know I wasn't, and I still am not. So it just takes time to realize those things, becoming self-aware. Don't you married? Yeah, bro. Set. Yep. Okay. Let's see what Joven had to say here. I'm gonna finish this off real quick.
People who use self ID and they're not like real trans.
There's some people that okay, can I just get your name, age, and pronouns first?
Yeah, my name is Ray. I'm she, her, trans.
Ray, she, her, trans. Okay, but what was your age?
I wasn't an age. Yeah.
Oh, I'm 28.
Okay, 28. And you think there are some people that use self-ID that aren't actually trans?
To be clear,
yeah, so firstly, in prison, there's some news articles of people trying to get like parole. And I feel like we shouldn't count them. But also, I was talking in the Twitch chat, Oh, this is giving me anxiety. Basically, so I had this friend, like, I have, like, trans friends and stuff, and, like, this was, like, a dude with, like, a full beard and whatever, and then he's, like, identifying as she, her. He's, like, trying to befriend us all and stuff.
Here we go. Here we go.
And I don't know, it just
You know,
felt,
there are people
it didn't
who
feel,
don't have the money to get like laser hair removal and shit, right?
Yeah, but you have, like, an 8-inch beard. It's, like, I don't
Is this
really
a
take
bit?
it seriously.
Is this a bit, or is this for real?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is real. This feels a little fake.
This is not a bit.
Wait. So what, like, can women not have beards?
Oh, here we go.
Well, they can have beards, but it's, like...
Okay.
Not if you're trans,
doing,
though.
like,
So then, yeah, what would be the difference from, like, a trans woman with a beard and a cis woman with a beard?
well, there's a huge difference if, like, you...
What's the
like, you have
difference?
to put some effort in.
What's the symmetry breaker? If a cis
According
woman
to
doesn't...
whom?
Wait, if a cis woman doesn't have to put effort in, what is a trans woman?
It just feels disingenuous.
Why? You're not giving a why. You just keep saying it doesn't feel right, but you won't elaborate.
Okay, like, when you're talking about, like, schema and gender identity, doesn't it have to fall to, like, some kind of binary?
No.
No.
It would just fall to that person's understanding of what a female is and or what a woman is, whichever way you want to take it.
Yeah, but then subjectivity just becomes, like, it doesn't have, like, it hasn't, like, erroneous ground. It's, like,
What,
not
though?
backed by, like...
You keep being vague. Elaborate. What's the erroneous ground?
Okay, like, if you say you're a woman right now, it's, like, it feels kind of erroneous. But if you say it because you have, like, queer friends, I don't know.
I just asked you, why does it feel erroneous? And you just repeated, it feels erroneous. Why?
Well, because we have, like, binary standards of, like, how we understand stuff.
Where? Like, what specifically?
I don't know, like...
Because I would argue that we don't have binaries when it comes to what a man or a woman is. Because if we did, then none of us would say the bearded lady was a lady. We would say the bearded lady was a man because they don't fit the binary. But we don't call her the bearded man. We call her the bearded lady, right? There was a whole movie about this. This is me.
Yeah.
So I'm
Do you have, like, I don't know. It's just, like, I had this issue with this one person in my life, and, like, it just feels like conflicting to me as, like, an actual trans person. Not, like,
It sounds like you don't know if they're actually trans, though. It sounds like you have some internalized, like, transphobia and self-hate about your own insecurity about how valid you are. Like, you're projecting that onto other people.
Internalized.
I mean, I agree with that.
You're trans by self-ID, too. Every single person's gender is determined by self-ID.
But also, why would you allow a interaction with one person change your entire worldview on something?
No, it doesn't. It just seems there's people like that.
There's people that pretend to
They're
be trans.
very
Sure.
rare.
There's white people that pretend to be black. That doesn't mean that I now look at all black people differently and now make a weirder category for black people, right? I don't change.
No,
I don't change what makes you black just because Rachel Dolezal shows up. But you do.
Sorry.
Because some people might pretend, you now go like, well, we can't use self-ID, even though there's quite literally no other way to determine someone's identity except by them identifying themselves.
No, I didn't say we can't not use self-ID.
Then what?
You started the call. You started the call by saying some people use self-ID, and I don't think they're really trans. That was how you started the call. Just to remind you. So I'm guessing you don't mean that, and you're going to change that statement.
Sure.
Cool.
Okay.
Then trans women with beards are valid, and self-ID is valid. Glad you agree.
I don't fully agree. I think there's some people who are just like using it, and like when we go on
How do you prove that? How do you prove what's really in someone's head? Because I don't have access to the content of someone's mind. So generally speaking, when they're declaring their gender,
I love this argument. This comes up all the time because fucking, this idea of like self-identification, right? So, Ooh, what's this? Nice. You know, it's like, well, I identify as this or I identify as that, and it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then anybody can identify as anything, right? But that's not my point, because, you know, obviously you can just get into the whole fucking attack helicopter discourse. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, when this type of conversation unfolds, generally it lands on this idea of, well, do they mean it? Is it good faith? Right? If they mean it, then yeah, that's fine. Whatever they're saying, I'll just go with it. Right? But if they don't mean it, then no, definitely not. Like if I went around saying, you know, my pronouns are she, her, you know, somebody would look at me and say, okay, I mean, you're a bald bearded old guy and you go around saying she, her. And I'm like, yeah, I do. And they'll be, and then they have to ask themselves, do I believe him or her? You know, do I believe this person? And if they just, and I've had this conversation where it's like, well, if we don't believe you, then it doesn't, then your ID is your identification, your identity is invalid. Doesn't matter. But they're saying, well, how do you prove what's going on in somebody's head? Right. These are conflicting ideas. I'm not saying that. Actually, Joven, I think, has directly addressed this before in terms of like, well, you know, it has to be good faith. He does a lot of these kinds of. He spends a lot of time on this topic because a lot of people call in talking about or wanting to talk about gender. Yeah, I've definitely heard him before say, you know, well, you know, if it's coming from a good place and it's good faith, then yeah, I'll just take it for whatever they say. And it's like, okay, well. If you're gonna say that, but then use these arguments against this person who's trans, by the way, this is not some like right-wing bigot calling it. And they're saying, well, how do you prove what's going on in somebody's head? That's what I would say to you if you told me, as long as it's good faith.
I just have to take their word for it. Of course they could be lying. Like somebody could be lying about being gay when they say they're gay. But it seems like a really stupid thing to lie about, and there's no consequences to me accepting it. So I don't understand the problem.
No consequences.
Well, the problem is that there's like insane people.
Why is that trans people's fault?
It's not.
But you're making it our fault because you're saying that, oh, some of us are not real because there's insane people.
I'm making
yes,
it that specific person.
You literally said a trans person you met with a beard was like a bad look or wasn't really trans or you didn't buy it or whatever.
It's like a dude who plays basketball. It's like I don't take it seriously.
Why should anyone care what you take seriously?
Huh? I don't even understand that one.
No, he's not. The gender identity was like just completely like a social phenomenon for this person.
How do you know that you're trans?
Well, I don't know. I can't really explain it.
So it's just like an innate feeling that you have in like inside?
I mean, I just wanted hormones, like.
How did you know you wanted hormones?
Well, because testosterone ruined my body, but I feel like if I didn't have any of that, and I was like a dude with a beard, I don't know if I'd be aligning with like.
This is so weird.
Aligning with what? You've already agreed with me that women can have beards. So what would be the issue?
He does this a lot.
This person is 28. Okay, I'm getting roasted. Have a good day.
I mean, okay, sure.
A person with a beard isn't the reason you're losing rights, Ray. You're listening, I'm sure, because you said you were in the chat. I know you hung up. The person with a beard is not the reason you're losing rights. It's the conservatives. It's the far right. You have more in common with the most hulking, bearded, hairy trans woman than you ever will with the people you're trying to appeal to. So grow up, let go of your own baggage, and learn to accept that you don't get to determine what makes other people valid.
Also, like, if you come in like a marshmallow, you're going to get roasted. I don't know what to say. Like, like, bro. Like,
I'm stealing that. I have to write that down.
Like, what the fuck?
think he had another one. The problem with women in games. All right, so this sounds like it's going to be a classic kind of. Actually, wait. No, let's do that. I'll do that another day. This is like a classic Asmongold right here. The problem with women in games.
The problem with women in games, well, there's a lot of them. But okay, let's hear about this one.
And it just makes you wonder, because if certain games let you create characters with so much charm and magnetism, why can't games with dedicated female leads do the same thing? Well, what are some of the more recent female leads that we've been graced with? I think about Frey from Forspoken. She can fight dragons, and
I think that she's attractive. I do. I think people are porn-brained if they don't think that she's attractive. At least in that image, she's attractive.
bend the laws of physics, and literally parkour across dimensions. That's super cool. But for some reason, they gave her the most awkward dialogue and had her deliver every line like she was on hold with customer service. On mute. What about Kay Vess from Star Wars Outlaw?
Can't say the same.
She's a scrappy space outlaw, in theory. In practice, she kind of just plays like she just respawned from a bug and isn't sure where she is or why she's there. Okay, well, what about female Ivor from Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Actually, she was canonically the real one. But you probably wouldn't know that because even Ubisoft was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, check out this guy's beard.
Yep,
Or
of course.
Dragon Age The Veilguard. This game was like 10 years in the oven and somehow it still came out.
Well, it got overcooked. That's the problem. The reason why they have these issues is because it's built off of a false reality that men and women are interchangeable. And the way that they approach life, struggles, issues, and the way that they think are the same. And the big problem is that they're not. So when you take a male character and then you replace it with a female character, and then you give it the same intuitions, the same impulses, and the same responses that a male character would have, it's off-putting and weird because men and women are different. Their roles in society are different. They're different down to, again, a chromosomal level, and everything about them is different. So you can't just simply replace a male and a female protagonist in a narrative-based game and expect the story to be told the same way. That's the reason why.
It often felt cringy instead of charming, and there really
it.
wasn't much mystery, but there was a lot of lecturing. And instead of emotionally rich companions, we kind of just got chronically online Twitter bios and fantasy outfits. I think you get the point, but I'm gonna say it anyway. We need female characters with range, with presence, with a little drama, if you will. The girls who made you feel something were not perfect. They were messy and charismatic and complicated in the best way. Sadie Adler from
Well, there's like, I mean, look at Expedition 33, right? I mean, all of those female characters are very well written. I think the problem is that I think this is my opinion, is that I think a lot of female writers try to write female characters in opposition to what a female character has traditionally been. And so in writing a character in opposition of what was the normal female character design, what ends up happening is that you're not creating it's like kind of like a card, right? And so like a card can't stand up by itself. It has to be leaning against another card. So they write this personality to lean up against the old personality of one-dimensional boob characters, and that's it. And so if you take one of these away, they both fall apart. And that's because neither of these different things can stand on their own at all. You already have multiple examples, like Ripley is a great example of this. There's multiple examples of female characters and stories that I think are written relatively well, but you have to write them in a way that's true to the female experience to an extent and understand that they are not an interchangeable unit with a man. And I think that the more that you write women and you do it with a chip on your shoulder as if, no, she's not going to be the princess that gets saved, this is weird. Like you're not writing to tell a story, you're writing to prove something.
dead too. Her husband literally dies, and she goes, cool, I'm going feral now. And grieving? Yes. Stunning? Yes. Horse girl? Absolutely. But I would let her run
There's
me
plenty of examples of that in history, like Boudica, right? Like that's the first one I can think of. I mean, it's a messy history, right? But like, and there are examples of this where it happens. So true, yeah.
Over with that horse. Chloe Frazer from Uncharted. She's flirty and morally flexible and somehow still makes betrayal feel hot. Tifa Lockhart from Final Fantasy. She could literally take down a behemoth in one hit and then quietly make you some soup and ask if you've been sleeping okay. But when I think about just well-written women in games, what's interesting is some of gaming's best women were not even the protagonist, but they were the scene stealers. Ciri from The Witcher 3 is quite literally the entire reason that Geralt is risking his life across these war-torn kingdoms, and she's this complicated, beautiful, just wild young girl who's somehow still more mature than everyone else around her. Or Yuna from Final Fantasy X, this graceful, selfless, and devastating character who's literally carrying the hopes of an entire world on her back.
And I think also, like, especially whenever you have action games, there's like a certain degree of like just historically, right? I mean, men usually fight for and defend women. This is usually what happens because of biology and about 5 to 10,000 years of history, probably longer than that. And so this story makes a lot more sense because this is always the way things have been. And also you have examples, from Final Fantasy 14, Yashlada or like any of the other characters on there. Many of the female characters were written extremely well, but they weren't the exact same as the male characters.
And then she still apologizes when she inconveniences you. And if that's not being a girl, I don't know what is. And while Western games are nervously nerfing kind of every trace of femininity from their female characters, Eastern devs are like,
That's exactly it. They don't want to make feminine characters because they feel like feminine characters are diminutive. That's the problem. I think it's weird because like, is this like some form of like internalized misogyny that like women have against themselves? In a way, it feels that way.
Here's a mysterious woman who could kill you and make you cry about it. You're welcome. Capcom? They've been in their iconic woman era since like forever. Resident Evil is one of my all-time favorite series, and Jill is tactical, calm, and easily has the cleanest bob in gaming. Ada is mysterious, stylish, and she might lie to your face, but she's still gonna get a fan cam. Claire is this beautiful, kind, capable woman who takes zero nonsense. And Lady D had like 10 minutes of screen time in Village,
she's really
and she
hot.
still owned Halloween for like the next 2 years. They're hot, they're cool, they've got so much range, and you remember
it's the entire premise that like, well, what women really want to play is they want to play an aggressive, masculine, ugly woman that's unlikable, that tries to pretend to be a man and is simultaneously flawless, but has these obvious flaws as well that don't matter, that are actually good things. It's like basically the way that they write women characters, it's almost like whenever it's like, it's as dishonest as whenever you answer the question on a resume, what's your biggest weakness? It's like, I try too hard. That's basically it.
them, you want to be them, or you just kind of want them to emotionally damage you just a little bit. It's the same kind of energy with Monster Hunter Wilds. They dropped a couple of composed, stunning women, and the internet instantly started to cosplay. They're expressive and graceful, and they've just got that.
Well, and it's also that, like, even the older woman, I forgot her name in Monster Hunter Wilds, like, there's nothing that's, like, diminutive or whatever or negative about her. It's nothing weird. It's just simply a story, and it's normal.
Magnetism about them.
Yeah.
And that's why the boys are in
Olivia,
love,
yeah,
the
there you go,
girls are
Olivia,
in
yeah, there
love,
you go.
and I am in love. And then we've got From Software, who just casually releases the most haunting, elegant women in modern gaming like it's nothing. The doll from Bloodborne, our favorite Victorian comfort character. She's soft-spoken, she's gentle, and she definitely knows more than she's letting on.
And she's a sex doll that Gurman made of another girl that he liked. That's right. Yep. based.
Or Lady Maria, tragic, terrifying character with perfect posture, and 10 out of 10, I would let her fight me again. Or Ronnie from Elden Ring, who I was quite literally on my knees for, and I made sure to do every single step of her quest.
Well, what
so
about
I could
the Dark
serve her
Souls
as
1?
the
That was
Elden
my
Lord.
favorite.
Or Melina. Oh, Melina was so glowing
let's go to Dark
and
Souls
quiet
1.
and just sad. And then when she leaves you at the side of grace, like, my work here is done. And you're just devastated, and you're just sitting there all by yourself, alone, in your little tunic. These ladies do not need exposition dumps or 80 cutscenes. They just show up and drip elegance, drop one line of vague sorrow, and then next thing you know, you're obsessing over cosplays and fan art for like the next month.
Well, it's because the characters are attractive too. That's another really big important thing that a lot of characters, a lot of people don't understand, is that Western artists and Western developers, especially American developers, nobody wants to cosplay an ugly bitch. And so, like, if you make a character in a game, like, do you remember? This was the saddest thing. Like, it actually was the saddest thing. Is that, do you remember when Avowed put out a style guide for how to cosplay their characters? That was sad. I actually forgot. Yeah, well, the thing is that only I would remember something like this, right? I would be the only person to remember this. Yeah, on God, what? Yeah, exactly, right? You have to be at least 300 pounds. Yes, so nobody wanted to do that because the characters aren't attractive and appealing. That's the reason why. Like, there's a lot of characters that I know from, like, anime, and I don't know anything about the anime, but I know who the character is. Like, and that's the reason. It's because women don't want to dress up as an ugly woman. Why would they want to do that? Isn't that the like, what do you have makeup for?
Say all of this because femininity is not outdated. It's not shallow.
Yeah, 2B. I've never played Nier Automata. Never played it. But I know who 2B is.
Not something that you need to water down for the story to be taken seriously. It's range. So please let women be cute and manipulative, kind and a little chaotic, soft but have sharp teeth, pretty, powerful, emotionally devastating, and the reason the protagonist starts journaling in a cave somewhere. Because femininity is Zelda, steadfast and radiant, and standing between her kingdom and ruin with nothing but
femininity is not literally just being better than a man. You know what that's actually called? That's called unresolved personal trauma with probably your dad, uncle, boyfriend, hopefully not husband. That's unresolved personal trauma. That's it.
Hope and stubborn grace, or Triss, who's clever and compassionate and
an absolute thought, who literally got with Geralt after he lost his memories, knowing that her friend that she had known for decades was his girlfriend. Does not matter. She's still doing it. Literal fucking hoe. Like the biggest generational hoe. Crazy. Like, I didn't even play the game and I learned about this. That's, oh my God. What a bitch. This is why I can't ever choose her. Well, Yennefer's hotter. That's why I chose her. I mean, if she was hotter, then, I mean, yeah, she would have been right. But no, that's not, it doesn't really matter. It's just a secondary thing. But yeah. Yeah, she just snakes in there.
Politics with you with a super soft smile that just makes you kind of forget that she's winning. Or Bayonetta, who's playful and provocative and treats every battlefield like a runway and then never manages to smudge her lipstick. Or Lightning, who's a beautiful, guarded, and grieving character who carries the entire weight of the world in 6-inch heels. And when female characters are done right, they're not flat or abrasive or weak. They're actually narrative gold.
There's a lot of really good examples of this in gacha games too. I would say like Zila and Bronya in Honkai Star Rail are pretty well written. And I would also say that I think Genzi in Wuthering Waves is well written as well. Carlotta, I mean, like, those are just, Genzi, like, I mean, these are well written, good characters. Acheron, Acheron is also very well written too. That's a good point. And yeah, so Cardathea, yeah, Cardathea is very, very good too. Yeah, that's the new one. I forgot about that. And so it's like, where's really like, and again, all of these games are Gooner games. People like these, the people would be complaining, calling these Gooner games, but they still have better written female characters. Phoebe, nobody cares about Phoebe. Literally, nobody gives a shit.
Have tension and softness that stabs, or beauty as a weapon. Let's let women be gorgeous and terrifying, sweet and strategic, gentle and unhinged. Let them be feminine.
She's the cat
again.
girl, right? I'm gonna be real. She cooked. Like, I've never heard this girl talk before or say anything. I completely agree with everything that she said, and this is just a clip from the video, but I'll link you guys her video that she made about this and talked about it. Yeah, I mean, oh wow, look at this. She only has 300 subscribers. Holy shit. Here, let me link you guys her video. She'll be canceled.
Oh,
yeah,
this
surely.
is the video.
And
I saw, okay, so fucking, he watched this video. She only had 300 subscribers. The next day, she had like 63,000 after he watched this video. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
And there you go. Yeah, give it a like, give her a sub. Yeah, I had no idea. Are you watching Google Keynote later on today? Google Keynote. Yeah, I'll give it a like. Yeah, that's amazing. And so, yeah, she deserves more. I think so too. I think that she broke it down in a way that was really healthy, and it was intelligent, and it was accurate and fair, and just really well done and respectful. Yeah, refreshing. Absolutely. There you go, guys. Give it a like, give her a sub. And yeah, let me see here. 386 subscribers. That's insane. There's 1,386. All right. All right. See, guys? Good job. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep going. There you go, guys. Just went up to 1,000. That's a good start. That's a good start. Keep going. And yeah, there it is. It was fast. Well, yeah, I think that, and the reason why is that people are in dire need of genuine, authentic conversations and commentary that isn't with a weird agenda. It's honest, direct, fair, and genuine. That's the reason why. Yeah, that's what people are waiting for.
Yeah, but if they knew, if that chick knew who Asmongold was, I don't know that she'd be like this. You know, fucking Asmongold's a right-wing bigot now, right? So I don't know that she would be so excited. She did have something happened where essentially she got
the problem with women in game.
She realized that. Let me see videos. Yeah, this was it. I watched her video and this happened.
Right, so I was not expecting that. First of all, a huge thanks to Asmongold for somehow finding my video and then reacting to it.
Thanks to
and
my
to
Reddit.
Everyone who's here now because of that. I'm legitimately like brand new to YouTube, and I genuinely did not expect this video to get really any attention, much less blow up now the way that it has, but here we are. So before all this, it really was just me and my 300 Spartans holding the line in the comments section, and now it appears we've been overrun by roaches, which, by the way, you guys, some of the nicest roaches that I've ever met. Seriously, thank you so much for all of the encouragement and support. If you're not one of the original...
I think a lot of people always try to act like my community is like one-dimensional. Like, the fact is that there's a lot of people that watch the streams, and like, honestly, you know, we just want to support people that we agree with, and that was it, right? I mean, shit.
300, that means that you're new here. So, hi, I'm very glad you're here. I'm just somebody who grew up loving games and who's been watching the industry slowly start to feel very hollow. And the spark that I fell in love with that made these characters unforgettable or stories emotionally rich, it's missing in a lot of what we're getting now. And it doesn't have to be that way. I really just made this channel to have a place where I unpack that and I talk about games and storytelling and character writing, anime soon, and overall fantasy,
Yeah, sure.
just all through the lens of someone who deeply cares about how these worlds are built and how their stories are told. So let's talk about Asmon's reaction. Honestly,
Here we go.
it's kind of crazy that I'm even saying that. I discovered his channel at the end of last year, and the fact that he actually somehow saw the first video I've ever made is something that's truly blowing my mind. But yeah, he had a lot of really great things to say, and there were a few things especially that he brought up that I really appreciated.
I think the problem is that I think this is my opinion, is that I think a lot of female writers try to write female characters in opposition to what a female character has traditionally been. Yeah. What ends up happening is that you're not creating it's like kind of like a card, right? And so like a card like can't stand up by itself. It has to be leaning against another card. So they write this personality to lean up against the old personality of one-dimensional boob characters, and that's it. Yep. And so if you take one of these away, they both fall apart.
Essentially here, it seems like he's saying the industry overcorrected, and I thought that was spot on. Because really, overall, the point that I was trying to make with this video is that gamers do not hate female characters. Actually, gamers really love female characters. We just want good ones.
People just want good characters that don't feel like they're patronizing to the audience, and they want female characters and not male characters that have female names. That's also a big difference too. It's a huge thing.
And the issue here is how the AAA industry has tried to somehow fix the old, just overly
and I do also think that like a big part of it is just the fact that a lot of it is bad writing at a base level. That's really what it is. It's just bad writing. Like Expedition 33 is a great example of this. Is like Mael and Ciel and Luna are all written in a very, very, very good way, and they're attractive characters. They're not overly sexualized. But that's, I think, the way to write a female character. And the reality is that the entire rest of the story was good. Everything was good. But usually when you see characters that are written this way that's one-dimensional, there's a lot of other reasons for it happening too.
Sexualized or empty female leads we used to get by swinging the pendulum so far in the other direction. And now we're just getting female leads that are very flattened and defeminized. And honestly, it seems like the message they're trying to send is that somehow it's inherently shameful or bad if you are just a feminine woman. And they've really just stripped these characters of everything that once made them so iconic. And I don't think this part was in the reaction video, but like I said in my original video, anytime I get the opportunity to play a game that has a character creator, I make my female character like as ethereal as possible. She's glowing and unattainably beautiful because my goal.
Well, yeah, that's wow, what a surprise. And this has been obviously well documented by multiple people that this is the case. Is that all the women that talk about they want, like these characters to look this way, if you look at the way that they have their Final Fantasy XIV character, they're always very attractive. Like, this is never, like, people say they want something, and then they don't want it. That's it.
Goal is really to aspire to the character that I'm playing.
Yeah.
Something about her should feel larger than life, especially in a fantasy setting. And I just don't really want to play as someone who's super realistic, just an average looking or tired or worn down character. I have no problem dealing with that completely on my own in everyday life. I don't need it in my game.
Yeah.
And he also brought up Ripley from Alien, who is in fact the OG, honestly, because I just don't understand how we can have someone that complex, maternal, beautiful, and strong in a movie that came out over 40 years ago. But somehow in 2025, we're like back to struggling to find that balance. And it's not.
The reason why is because the people that are writing the stories don't have the depth to be able to tell a story like that. So I think the best example of this is Lord of the Rings. So the reason why Lord of the Rings blew up and it was so popular is because I think that J.R.R. Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings after he went to World War One, which like World War II was really bad, but World War One was like apocalyptic. Okay, you had mustard gas, you had cavalry going up against machine guns. This was some straight up brutal shit. Trench warfare. Yeah, like, and so anyway, like characters like Samwise is probably the best example of this, is like characters in Lord of the Rings are built off of that experience, right? And so, like, again, I think you can have like people that have, I think, tremendous struggles in real life. It can inform them on how to make video games.
All right, I'm out of here. It's fucking 8 in the morning here, so I'll see you later. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, Malibu. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Salty. Thank you, Shang. Thank you, Crail. Thank you, Relax. And I think that's it. So I'll see you guys later. I'm out of here. Peace.